We would please ask that you fill out the evaluation form and leave it at the registration or complete it online using a QR code that's on the corner of the evaluation. There is also should be some photo release forms at some of the tables. We have a photographer that's going to be taking some photos of our event today. If you don't mind having your picture taken, we would appreciate that. If you could just sign the release that lets us take the pictures, that would be great. You can just leave it at your table and we'll come around and pick it up at break. Now, housekeeping for those of you joining virtually. Your microphone will be muted throughout the event. If you have questions, though, please use the chat box. We do have someone monitoring that so that you can also interact with us. The event agenda should have been shared with the meeting invitation, and so you should have that. You can follow along. Additional resources will be made available through an online shared folder, so you also can take a look at some of those resources. And you will receive a link following this event for your evaluation if you could take time to fill that out. Most importantly, today, as we know, we are discussing a topic that is sensitive in nature and it may be triggering for some. We have a few trained support volunteers scattered throughout the room for those of you in person who will be just observing and hanging out and making sure that you're okay. If our support volunteers wouldn't mind standing up just to identify themselves, okay? You can also identify them. A lot of them are in the back of the room. They also have a sticker on their name tag. And if at any point during the event you feel that you would benefit from some support, please reach out to any one of them. And for those of you joining us online, if at any point you feel that you would benefit from support, please call Common Ground. That number is 1-800-231-1127. Or you can call or text the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline at 988. And we will put both of those numbers in the chat for you so that you have that. Now, we are pleased to have our Oakland County Executive, Dave Coulter, here with us this afternoon to kick off our event. So please welcome him to the microphone.
Wow, thank you folks so much for having me. If you're not here in person, it's not surprising. Nobody's in the front row, so that feels like normal again now for those of you back in person. But thanks for having me here today to talk about really a topic that is so important and unfortunately so many of us are all too familiar with, right? But the Oakland County Suicide Prevention Task Force has been doing great work since 2011, so 11 years now, and they do things like public awareness campaigns, trainings, providing resources for schools and families, and we know how critically important that is. In addition to that, over the last couple of years of COVID, we've been investing a lot of our federal COVID dollars in mental health programs. We know how critical this is. In fact, we've invested more than $30 million, the greatest infusion of mental health investment in our county's history, thanks to the federal money. And I think it's really made a difference. My favorite difference is this. I think now, as a result of COVID, maybe this is a silver lining to this awful pandemic, is that it seems to me, and I'm hearing, that the stigma around mental health is less. Everybody kind of knows somebody who's had some kind of challenge in any kind of family, in any kind of socioeconomic category. And so with that reduction in stigma, one of the things we've experienced in the county is a lot more demand for services, which is a good thing on the one hand, but then our nonprofit providers have been slammed. So a lot of the money we've given out has been to our nonprofit providers to help them see more people, hire more people. I'm told that probably about close to 40,000 additional Oakland County residents got some kind of mental health care above and beyond what we would have normally been able to do as a result of these funds. So I think it's a game changer. The key is going to be when these dollars disappear, which they will, how do we make sure that we bake mental health into everything that we do? Because I've always said, and I really believe, that we should treat mental health on par with physical health. If you break your arm, you go to the emergency room. But if you have a mental health crisis, you might not get an appointment for 2 or 3 weeks, and that's just not right. Not when you see statistics like this. Suicide, the leading cause of death for youngsters 10 to 14 years old, the leading cause of death. More people are dying by suicide each year in the United States than by homicide. So it's its own epidemic in our state, in our county. 145 people last year in Oakland County took their lives, and each one of those makes me wish that we'd have had services or some kind of outreach that could have helped them. And it's personal to me because when I was a young person, 30 years old, my best friend committed suicide, took his life by suicide. And so I still think back on that moment as really one of the defining moments of my life. There's, when something like that happens, you learn to live with it, but you never really fully recover from that. And there's a lot of stuff that goes along with that. So I really appreciate that you're here and the work that you do to help our families navigate this, but also to make sure that we have less of this. And it's only getting harder, folks, especially for our young people. I just want to share with you a story. When we were announcing the latest round of our mental health grants, we were up in Pontiac because this round was for counselors in the schools to help kids navigate the stuff that they're going through in school. And we had a young girl who was a senior in high school in Pontiac get up and talk because she uses her social media platform to bring awareness to mental health issues and depression and anxiety and the like. And so she got up and spoke. And at one point, even though she knows this stuff really well and she's really passionate about it, she started breaking down and crying. And she said, I just don't think adults understand how hard it is for us right now. We got to know how to lock the doors and what our exit plan is during an incident. We've been on Zoom for 2 years in social isolation, and it was just heartbreaking. But one of the things I said then, and I continue to believe, is that it's not just important that we help people like her. Failure is not an option. We owe it to young people and all people to give them the resources and the help that they need. And so that's what you're here to learn about. I'm really pleased to be able to kick off your session. Thank you for everything you do. I know these are tough conversations, but they're really critical. So thank you all for letting me stop by and say hello. Thanks and good luck.
Thank you again, Executive Coulter. Now, before I introduce our keynote speaker for the afternoon, I would like to thank our planning subcommittee members who have spent the last few months planning and organizing this event for all of us today. Without them, this event would not be possible. If you are in the room and could please stand if you are a member of our planning subcommittee, let's just all stand and briefly just give them a round of applause of appreciation for all that they've done. Many of our members on the task force are part of local organizations, and then to do some of the subcommittee work just takes extra time, and we appreciate it. I would also like to thank Oakland Community Health Network for providing us with this space and helping us with the technology so that we could come together both virtually and in person to host this event. And also a special thank you to Havenwick Hospital for donating our snacks and refreshments. Please continue to help yourself. We have much to share. Suicide is a tough subject, but it is everyone's business. The Oakland County Suicide Prevention Task Force began in 2011 in response to a cluster of youth suicides in northern Oakland County. While the task force initially had a youth focus, it expanded to include all ages in 2019. The task force vision is to see zero suicides in Oakland County through our multi-sector coalition. Current goals of the task force include reducing mental health stigma throughout the community through our education, training organizations and individuals to handle suicide-related situations, and making the mental health system in Oakland County easier to navigate for our community members. If you're interested in being a part of the work that we do, we would happily have you. So please see the sign-up form that's at the registration table to begin receiving our emails and coming to our meetings. Currently, our meetings are held every other month, and they are virtual, so we would welcome anyone to join us. If you need the information and you're on virtually, please make a comment in the chat, and we'll make sure to get you added. Okay. And now I am thrilled to introduce our keynote speaker, Riley Junti. Riley is a national coordinator for 988 and an international public speaker on suicide prevention. Her work within the mental health field has been featured on Nightline, NPR, The Washington Post, Netflix, and other news sources across the world. Riley debuted into the field with the creation of a suicide prevention program called 13 Reasons Why Not, which inspired help-seeking behaviors in high schoolers. The program was a success across the country and found its way to become published research in college textbooks. Riley is a suicide attempt survivor who lives with bipolar disorder, which makes her passionate about this line of work. Her memoir on a lived experience called The Pendulum has won Writing Excellence Awards throughout Michigan. She continues her work in the mental health with policy writing and training for 988, the United States' new 3-digit code for calling for mental health crisis. Please join me in welcoming Riley to talk this afternoon. Hello, everyone. Like Erica said, my name's Riley Junty. I've been working in suicide prevention since I was about 18 years old, but my story with suicide began a long time before that. I can't remember my world without mental illness and suicidal ideation. I first had intrusive thoughts about death when I was in the 5th grade, when most of my worries should have been about class field trips and what to wear to school that day. But I knew from that moment forward, I didn't necessarily think in the same way a lot of my peers did, and it became very isolating being a child with depression. I struggled in silence throughout my middle school years. One of my life's greatest talents is hiding my emotions from people who know me best. I started self-harming at 12 years old, became socially distant, stopped eating for every meal, and became fascinated with the idea of suicide. My parents attributed some of my newfound behavior to becoming a teenager because a lot of kids act different in the midst of hormones. Yet every day, I had growing thoughts of suicide and a plan and ideation. At 13 years old, I would attempt to take my life for the first time. I woke up the next morning to my mom being upset because I slept through my alarm and was going to miss the school bus. My ears were ringing, and I stumbled to get dressed in the matter of a minute. When I arrived at school, I got sick in the bathroom. I was taken home, told my parents I didn't feel well, and life continued on the way it always had been. No one would know until my adulthood that that suicide attempt took place, and I would continue my teenage years without treatment. I want to make it clear, though, I was exceptionally good at hiding my mental health struggles from not only my family, but also my friends and my community. I was an A student. I played volleyball. I was the president of multiple clubs. I had a set of close friends from a young age. Everything on paper seemed to be perfect, which added even more shame to my experience. Why was I feeling this way? Why was I still suicidal? Why would the thoughts not go away? At this point in my story, I was in high school, and I entered a relationship with an older boy when I was 16. He was beautiful, charming, popular, and he promised me the world when I felt as if I did not have one. In a desperation to feel something again past suicidal ideation, I poured myself into my relationship. He quickly became a part of my family, as I did with his. And I loved this man, so when he started to abuse me, I said absolutely nothing. He had built me up onto the highest mountaintop imaginable, so I didn't see it coming when he began to tear me down. And at first, I denied that this could be happening to me. I'm a smart girl. I'm loud and opinionated, and I do things on my own terms. I didn't think I was your poster child for domestic violence, even though now I know that there is absolutely no such thing. As time passed, the violence I endured got worse. I had been taken away from my friends. He tracked my every move. And on the good days, he said that he would change until the next bad day came. I had a lot of people ask me, well, why didn't you just leave the situation? See, at first, I didn't understand what was happening to me. And at the point that it did click, that the person I loved was a violent and abusive man, I was backed into a corner. He knew where I lived, where I went to work, where I went to school. Until one night, he said he wanted me dead at a graduation party filled with people, some of whom were my best friends, all of who saw the altercation that took place, all of who said nothing as I cried on a couch saying, "I am going to kill myself." And at that point, I knew that not leaving was no longer an option, so I drove home. I blocked him from every aspect of my life. I locked my bedroom door at night, and I never looked back. At this point, I was about to turn 18 years old with what I felt like nothing left in my life. I felt disconnected from family and friends, and most of all, so disconnected to myself. I looked in the mirror at night crying, asking, how could you let this happen to you? I chopped all my hair off and dyed it black. I started dressing differently. I stopped playing volleyball. I truly felt like a shell of who I was. My life changed in that moment with a television show. During my senior year of high school, the first season of 13 Reasons Why came out onto Netflix. 13 Reasons Why is a multi-season series that chronicles Hannah Baker, a teenage girl who took her life and left behind 13 tapes, each one blaming a different person for her suicide. The show tackled these enormous topics, right, like mental health, bullying, sexual assault, gun violence, the list goes on. I was sitting in a leadership class of mine at a time when my dean of students came to us with this idea for 13 reasons why not in response to the show. So for 13 consecutive days, one student each day from our high school would come over the loudspeaker during morning announcements to share a story of emotional vulnerability, of a time that they did not feel good enough. Instead of blaming someone for our pain, however, we would call someone out who brought us out of a dark time or who has been a shelter to us. Because there's a million reasons not to take your life, and that is what should be emphasized within schools and media. It was made clear the consequences of this project, though. We live in a digital age where anything can be said over a screen and everyone has a right to their own opinion. And I was aware people might not believe in our message or the story I was going to share in general. So our dean asked who would be willing to take that risk. I was the only person to raise my hand in the classroom because I have felt loneliness and silence and have experienced or witnessed assault, bullying, sexism, racism within my own community. And I knew in my heart and soul that this was the right thing to do despite the backlash. If I could help one other person who had that black cloud of suicide hanging over their head, it would be worth whatever people threw at me. On the 1st of May, 2017, I called my father to tell him about my story of violence and that the boy that he had known and loved and treated like a son for 2 years took away most aspects of my identity. And these are events both my parents were unaware of. I hit record on a tape that would be played to 1,800 people over morning announcements in Oxford. And I was the only student that knew that this was about to take place. At 8:50 a.m., Oxford would hear my story of domestic violence and suicidal ideation. Within 1 week, 13 Reasons Why Not in our little town of Oxford, Michigan became an international sensation with my story of suicide plastered over most major news sources across the world. Suddenly, my secret, since the 5th grade, my secret of suicide was now the face of NPR, the Washington Post, Dateline, and Netflix themselves. I would graduate Oxford to go on to become an international public speaker on suicide prevention and domestic violence. I'm a scientific author. I graduated with a psychology degree, and I went on to be the face of Netflix's social media campaign, Tell Them, which reached millions of people. I got to do on a mass scale, which a lot of us wish to do in life, help people. I've learned from being a speaker is that when we are vulnerable enough to share our stories of darkness, other people discover their light. Most of us at our core wish to feel that we are connected, we belong, and that our experiences are not uncommon. And I hope with sharing my story today that some of you find these things to be true. I would like to tell you that during this time, I was cured of my mental illness and suicidal behavior. I was not. In fact, during this period of great success academically and professionally, I had the worst relapse of my life. I would like to read you some of my memoir that I wrote. I'm often a person who when they can't find words to speak, I write. And this is kind of the best representation of my struggle with mental illness and suicide that I have. I was 20 years old when I lost my mind. Growing up, I knew I thought differently than everyone else around me. I was incredibly sensitive. A minor inconvenience could lead me to crying for the next hour. I've always struggled to connect with people, to express my emotions in relationships, and to control my urges. I am someone who feels great amounts of joy as well as horrendous pain. It is a balancing act I have yet to perfect. And I wondered if these two worlds would ever collide, my lightness and dark, yet they stayed distant from one another, separating myself in two. I was in my second year of college when everything began to change. I would be the life of the party for a week, spiraling into a drunken and reckless state that only held my sanity by a string. Yet these are the moments I felt most alive, invincible at that, and when most other people liked me the best also. The next 3 weeks would be filled with locked bedroom doors, sleep that lasted an eternity, and hatred for open blinds, for they showed the whole world was moving on without me. And this became a vicious cycle I did not see a way out of, no matter how much one side of me wanted it to end. I stumbled into my therapist's office, red-stained eyes and clenched fists, my mind teetered between conscious thought and the brink of psychosis. I looked around, afraid people were out to get me. My fingers rapidly tapped against my legs, my body rocking back and forth on the couch. My eyes scanned the room, and I blurted out to my therapist, "They're out to get me. They can't handle me anymore. I'm fine. I'm doing better." My words scrambled around in broken English for the matter of a minute before my therapist exited the room. And working in the mental health field myself, I knew such behavior was enough to send you to the psychiatric ward. So he sat in front of me again and turned a pad of paper to me and said, "Write down your parents' cell phone numbers." I knew I had no option. My mom's emergency contact was plastered all over a file a foot away. My parents thought I was studying for finals at college, preparing for the semester to end in 2 weeks. I had run away from my living situation days prior and was bunking in their house on the opposite side of the state while they were on vacation. My roommates were scrambling to find where I was since I turned off my phone days prior. I had been brain dead off liquor and mania for the past week in a state of heightened bliss that was about to come crashing down. My parents thought I was recovered, that I had my life together again, that I was happy. I repeated to my mother over and over again, "I'm sorry." No one deserved the wrath of my mental illness, especially not my mother. I had dragged many people I had loved into the dark hole that was my depression, as well as the wonderland that was my mania. I had faltered between the two worlds, right, lightness and dark, swinging my family and friends on the pendulum of my life. And I have always felt tremendous guilt for this, that I was this black sheep everyone wished would turn white. Nothing could compare to the shame of breaking my mother's heart that day. People scurried in and out of the office, making a large commotion in the waiting room. The secretary sat next to me on the couch, glancing at my fidgeting hands, and asked, "Are you okay?" I let out a small laugh, probably mocking her question, and returned to silently rocking back and forth. Minutes after my delusional confessions to my therapist, I heard more commotion in the office, now stemming from the parking lot. A strong male's voice walked through the door and was escorted to me. It was a police officer. He asked, "Are you a threat to me? Do you have anything that can hurt me?" I nodded sideways and stuck out my hand as a peace offering to him. But he put me in the back of his cop car, sitting on a rock-solid plastic seat behind full bars. The door shut behind me, and I knew I was unable to escape this fate that I was far too aware of. The psychiatric ward was a 30-minute drive to the edge of Lake Michigan, and my world stopped. I stopped crying, stopped fidgeting, stopped feeling. All I could focus on was the billboards that were passing me. And I wondered if passengers in nearby cars looked in this vehicle and wondered what I did to end up locked in this box. My thoughts changed to how everyone else would perceive me now that there was no turning back. I sat in the waiting area in the emergency room. I was the only person in line on a Wednesday at 3. Security guards were fighting over who had to watch me, snickering that it wasn't their turn to watch the psych patient. I was a burden to their otherwise boring workday, and I crumbled inside at that embarrassment. It was horrifying to tell the secretary what I was in the hospital for: suicide. There was an electronic board that hung on the wall telling what rooms were occupied with what diagnosis: stomach pain, stitches, concussion, mental health. Half of the patients in the emergency department were there for mental health-related concerns on a Wednesday at 3. And I didn't know whether to feel mortified that so many beds were filled with hopeless people, or to feel comforted to know that I was not the only one, that there was others on the pendulum with me. I repeated to myself, "They think I'm crazy, they think I'm crazy," as the medical assistants wheeled me up the psychiatric floor, but I knew full well that this is the job that they do every day. The nurses escorted me to my room, a hospital bed, one window that was bolted shut, and the best part, a toilet only surrounded by a curtain, for we couldn't be trusted with doors. The nurse told me, "This is your home for the next couple weeks." I just wanted to take a shower and wash what felt like sin off of me. I felt filthy. I didn't think any amount of scrubbing could fix me. The steel doors locked behind me as I entered the ward, and I knew that there was no way of getting out before the man in the white coat decided I could, and I knew that my existence would never be the same from this day forward. My psychiatric ward stay was half a month long. It was filled with cream-colored pills and Dixie cups that tasted like chalk, and I left with the label of bipolar disorder, a debilitating diagnosis for a lot of people. And I questioned what this meant to me. If I would be less lovable now? Would I be labeled as the crazy girl who lost her mind during college? I pictured my future and wasn't sure if I could find someone who wanted to be with someone like me, that had skeletons dancing and singing in her closet, banging to get out. How would I explain why I need to take a cabinet full of medication 3 times a day just to walk the fine line of normality? And lastly, I thought about if I were to have kids. Bipolar being sometimes a genetic disorder, I knew the chances of passing it on to those below me, and how I wouldn't wish this upon anyone. See, mass media, they like to perpetrate mental illness under an umbrella of people who do not embody the majority of those who struggle with mental health. The Jeffrey Dahmers, Stephen Paddocks, Ted Bundys of the world. The hatred and violence, it's not a mental illness, and although those who commit horrific crimes maybe could struggle with mental health, the core of mentally ill people's beings is not hatred. Yet, I was aware that a new label would be branded onto me. I would now have a police record of being detained for mental health, a psychiatric ward sanction, and labeled as disabled from my diagnosis to come. My pendulum, my mental illness, destroyed a lot more than just me. However, I learned that psychiatric wards are not necessarily what the movies make it out to be, with people banging their heads against walls or anything like that. I met incredible people there, students like me, family men, a professor I became good friends with, all who just wanted their pain to stop, for their pendulum to stop spinning. And as I was departing, a nurse stopped me, and she said, "Riley, my daughter stayed in this ward when she was your age for very similar circumstances. She's graduating from medical school this week. We are all one event away from needing mental health help. This will make you a better professional in the future." And although the magic cream-colored pills and Dixie cups did return me to sanity, I will remember what it's like to be at rock bottom and the people I have met while I was there. We are all one event, trauma, or life-altering circumstance away from needing mental health treatment. Thank you for letting me share that. That was a lot. But so with traveling across the country and speaking to thousands of people as part of my job, I got to hear a lot of other stories as well. And the fact of the matter is, most of us will come to have a relationship with suicide within our lifetime. Whether that be you lost someone, you're a survivor, or you work with suicidal individuals. The pain of suicide is a weight a lot of us carry. But when you're stuck in that turmoil of suicide or mental illness, however, it's hard to see how connected you are to others, even in this very room, who share that same weight. You can see that in part of my story I just shared, that shame, the fear of being a burden to my family, the anguish of knowing the medical bills that are about to come. I saw a clinician who posted on Instagram the other day, and she said, "I wish we talk more about the existential experience of mental illness, of how disruptive it can be, the exhaustion of management, treatment, or always monitoring for reoccurrence, the sense of loss of control and uncertainty about the future, the impact on your identity." Suicide, it's exhausting. Not only for those who struggle, but those who are left to watch and support. My mother still worries whenever unknown numbers call her. My brother cries when I'm acting different. My dad told me the other day he's sorry I have lived a life of too much trauma at my age. I think it's important to acknowledge the widespread effects suicide has not only on those who attempt or kill themselves, but the family and the community. And I see you if that is you today. And know that there's also supports for you because you need support as well whenever you decide to get that. A truth I have come to accept is that I will most likely struggle with mental illness for the rest of my life. I am someone who is chronically suicidal as a symptom of my mental illness. However, I can create a meaningful life worth living with the two. How do you do that? What can help those who struggle like I do? Become educated first, which is what you are doing today, and I applaud you for showing up. You often hear in the mental health field, suicide prevention is everyone's job. Because like we talked about earlier, most of us will come into contact with suicide at one point in our lives. We'll have someone talk later about becoming trained in suicide prevention, a program called Safe Talk. And when you learn the tools of suicide prevention, the process of reaching out to others we see struggling becomes less scary. The first rule in suicide prevention is to ask directly. If you see someone, maybe someone with a story similar to mine, if your child loses interest, it's an environment where people feel seen, they feel heard, and they are able to share their lived experiences. When someone tells us the story of suicidal ideation, that is a cue that there needs to be a call to action, that this person needs support, that they need someone to just show up for them. I often wonder how my story would have turned out differently if I did get access to resources the first time I was suicidal in the 5th grade. How would the trajectory of my life been different? When someone answers yes to being suicidal, it can feel very overwhelming. In some instances, you may feel like you don't have the knowledge to help this person. In that case, you can take them to somewhere where help is available, such as Common Ground. You can call a hotline together like 988, or connect them with someone in your organization if you're a mental health worker that is more familiar with suicide practices. As humans, we're often fixers. We see a problem, in this case, someone coming to us feeling suicidal, and we want to jump into fixing the problem. However, I think one of the most valuable lessons we can learn as mental health professionals and also family and friends is to listen. It takes raw vulnerability for someone to share their story with you, especially when it comes to suicide, and we need to honor that. So listen first without offering solutions. You could ask, what brought you to feeling suicidal today, to kick off a conversation. And as you go through them talking about their life experiences, you could give clarifying or encouraging statements. These statements show that an individual that you're actively listening and you value their story. Clarifying statements, which we use in crisis counseling, is rewording a statement made by the individual in order to accurately understand their feelings. So, for example, let's say I answered yes to feeling suicidal. And as we're listening to my story, maybe you find out a lot of my distress has come from the recent passing of, let's say, a grandfather. Maybe I've expressed regret not spending more time with them. A clarifying statement could be, what I'm hearing is that the death of your granddad has brought you a lot of guilt. This gives them the security to know someone cares about what they're saying and is trying to understand the pain that they're feeling. Encouraging statements do just that. They encourage individuals to continue sharing their story. So what I just said, we could say, you are brave for sharing. Can you tell me more how this has affected you day to day? Often when we're listening to people's stories of suicide, we see glimmers of hope, maybe a statement of why they would not want to die, why they would want to continue living. Dr. Craig Bryan, he's a suicidologist, in his book, Rethinking Suicide, he says, during a crisis, if someone can identify one reason why they would want to live for hope, they are much less likely to take their lives. I've been asked this question a couple of times, actually, throughout me being a patient in the mental health system. And at my absolute lowest point of life, right before my psychiatric hospitalization, I was asked this question by a friend. I had manically adopted a dog a couple months prior, and if you ask anyone who knows my dog, he brought absolute chaos wherever he went. However, we were instantly soulmates, probably because we were both a little bit mentally ill. But when I get asked this question, I have always said, my dog. And my friend looked at me really confused, like, that's all you got? Like, not your family or your friends? But to me, at my lowest point, I thought those people would be okay without me. I thought that I wouldn't cost my parents medical bills anymore, that no one would have to worry about me, that life would continue on without me there. However, I did not trust anyone to take care of or love my dog the way that I have, and that has always been my wise sense. So most often when you're talking to someone through their story of suicide, you'll find these turning points or these whys as to why someone does not want to take their life. Maybe you need to brainstorm with someone as to what their why is. For some people, it's as simple as, I want to see my favorite band in concert. Other people, it's, I want to stay for my children. When we're able to grasp onto these little moments of hope, people see that there is a reason to be here, that there is a future and a life worth living. However, even with my whys, I still need to put in safeguards, right, to keep me from suicide. For me, this includes reducing access to lethal means in my house. So lethal means could be guns, medication, belts, knives. Suicide with guns accounts for over half of all firearm deaths, more so than homicide or accidents. And the majority of suicides are done using a firearm. So having lethal means properly stored reduces the risk of suicide. And the longer it takes for me to access that lethal mean, it gives me time to rethink my decision and reduces chances of a fatality. So for me, I know I cannot have a gun in my home, and I have told, because of my chronic suicidality, and I have told people that I have lived with about this. I request for my doctor to only prescribe the exact amount of medication each month, and if I'm in crisis, I have someone dispense medication for me. Making my environment safe is one way I can prevent suicide in my life. Access to mental health care really changed the trajectory of my life. I'm fortunate enough to have private insurance, which allows me to see a psychiatrist every month and a therapist every week. However, barriers to mental health care plagues this country and remains a factor as to why those don't get help until it's too late. A study done by the NIH found that the average wait times in America to see a psychiatrist is 50 days. And that's being generous if you want to see a well-known psychiatrist. I reached out for psychiatric help for the first time in my adult life before my hospitalization because I knew my symptoms were getting worse. I was told the wait to see a doctor would be 4 months. However, myself and many other persons served don't have 4 months to wait while their symptoms go unmanaged. You heard my story of police intervention. And although this was necessary at the time, involuntary hospitalization is very traumatizing for most people and should be used as the last resort. More and more psychiatrists are retiring while less are going into the specialty, and we see lives lost because of it. We need more incentive for mental health workers to continue this line of work. And we also need training, such as Safe Talk, we'll talk about later, for all medical providers and healthcare workers, whether that be a primary care physician, a nurse, a therapist, and we need training that is suicide inclusive. And you're doing your part today by coming here, and I suggest that you sign up for this training in the future if you haven't taken it. I've learned to take advantage of my community resources that are available to me. One of the most beneficial things I've done for my healing journey was to join a support group, which is a free community resource. Becoming connected to others who have shared my struggles has been empowering for me. Other resources such as 988, which just launched in June, and it's the country's new 3-digit dialing code for mental health crisis, can be used as well. Maybe if you're unable to access services right away, let's say your therapist is out for the week, 988 will be there 24 hours a day. And my hope with 988 is that it can help people move from crisis to calm in a way where police and involuntary intervention is not needed, like my story. Community mental health agencies around us. We have some in the back here today, like CNS, Common Ground, Easter Seals, MORC. They give access to health care that many people wouldn't receive without places like these. Most of these agencies offer care to those who are even not insured, and they're able to see a larger amount of individuals. Suicide inclusive care has also been at the forefront of a lot of these agencies in which employees are now receiving training for suicide. Lastly, I found that I need a community around me, that I can't go through this journey alone. When my friends and my family have knowledge of suicide prevention tactics, it makes me feel comfortable being able to talk to them, that I know these conversations are less scary for them if they're trained. And sometimes all I need is for someone to show up and to be there and to believe mental health care should be treated with the same dignity as physical care. And I'm lucky to have been able to access quality mental health care with people who are suicide informed. Now, this doesn't mean my struggle went away. I'm someone, like I said, who's chronically suicidal and will probably be for the rest of my life. But suicide ebbs and flows throughout the lifetime, and there may be a time I need intervention like that again. My life is filled with really beautiful times, big accomplishments, and good relationships. But other days are filled with a long list of things I wish were different or that I could change. The thing is, though, I get to stick around for more of those beautiful moments because I have access to mental health treatment. Understanding suicide and my resources, like you're going to today, has brought me to a place where I am confident in getting help. It's brought me to a place that I know my life is worth living, and I've been able to build those beautiful accomplishments and relationships because I've chosen to stay. I need to mention, though, that this is not the case for everyone. And psychiatric care alone will not stop suicides for America until we address that our healthcare system needs to be inclusive. We've talked about maybe reasons someone would want to die in my story. I think it's important to mention that not only symptoms make up mental health care, but also financial security, job stability, equitable housing, access to food and health care, and if you feel safe as you are within this country. Medication without feeling safe, secure, and valued is not enough. And until we have a seat for everyone at the table, our work is not done. We create lives worth living, not only through psychiatric intervention, but policy, advocacy, and creating a system where lived experience is heard, like mine you listened to today. As I wrap up, I want to leave you with a couple questions to ask yourself as you go on today. How involved are you in the lives of people you care about? Do you ask direct questions when you see someone struggling? Are your personal relationships interpersonal? Are you willing to help? Do you believe in people's mental illness and that they deserve attention? And if you found a piece of yourself in this talk today, know that our experiences are not as uncommon as we believe, and that there is a treatment available once you decide. We are all one event, life circumstance, or trauma away from needing mental health treatment. Thank you. Wow, can we just say thank you again to Riley? Kind of speechless, actually, so I'm going to go quite right to my notes. We do have some time for question and answers, so Riley has been generous with her time and her story and is open to questions. So anyone who is online and wants to put a question into the chat, please do that. And anyone here in the room, if you would like, we have microphones that can come around and your question can be asked.
All right. I just shut it off. Riley, thank you so much. It was an amazing share.
Thank you.
You talked about writing books or a book. I'm not sure. Where can we find more information? I'm not a social media guru. I do Facebook and that's it. So how could I give a 30-year-old more of your story for themselves?
Yeah, so my book is not published, but I enter it into writing competitions across Michigan. Sorry, I just talked for 60 minutes. But I'm hoping that it will become published in the future. I have a website, RileyGenty.com. You can find me on Facebook or LinkedIn as well. Yep. And we're all taking time digesting the story, so I continue to open it up.
I don't really have a question. I just want to, that was beautiful. It was so well done. And I admire your bravery and your story. It was amazing.
Thank you.
You should be really proud of yourself.
Thank you. That's actually the first time I've ever shared part of my memoir about my hospitalization. So this was really special to me, and I just thank you all to just be open in your heart to hear what I have to say. So thank you for that.
Hi, Riley. Thanks again. I am curious about, it sounds like you're doing a lot of traveling across our country. I wondered about any engagement you have with international initiatives. And in particular, I'm thinking about those of us with college students abroad. And I know I have spent some time finding international hotlines, but I wondered if you engage in any of those communities or that work.
So I've worked in Canada, across Canada, mainly with a culture of gentleness, which is an organization that MORC works with. MORC is an agency around here. we're starting to expand 988 into more territories, so the U.S. Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico. We have something other crazy far away. So there is initiatives right now to expand more broader, but if you ever need my contact information, if you want to get in touch about reaching people abroad, that would be great.
I'll ask a question. Could you tell us a little, I know you kind of covered this in your story, but maybe if you could share a little bit about what were some things that people in your life did that were potentially helpful for you when you were going through a crisis?
Yeah, so one thing is I had to be really honest with people in my life after so many years of being in secrecy. And when I was open and honest, people were more likely to actually research suicide when I brought up the topic with them. Your average person who's not a mental health worker probably doesn't know a lot about suicide prevention or also bipolar disorder. So I think when I was open and honest to those people in my life and they took the time to research, what is bipolar disorder? What are the symptoms of suicidal ideation? That really helped. Also, I have family members who have been great about helping me dispense my own medication during crisis. That is one way that you can really help someone in crisis if they don't want hospitalization. I'm trying to think of other things. A lot of people have pointed me to resources in my community. So I know that I have someone that could personally take me to common ground if I needed it. So once again, just becoming educated on the topic, I think, is really important, not just for mental health professionals, but the community in general.
And we do have a question from the chat. Melissa asked, how do you maintain regular check-ins with your providers while you're on the road?
So I do, my therapist is kind of hybrid. So I go in person when I'm here. When I'm working a lot or I'm traveling, we do telehealth because if you're in Michigan, if you're a resident of Michigan, you can still get telehealth services no matter where you are. So I do that. My psychiatrist is also telehealth. So that's a good thing that kind of came out of the pandemic is easier access to mental health services.
You mentioned about having someone help you with the medication. Can you describe that a little bit more, please?
Yeah, no problem. So first, I tell my psychiatrist that I only want the absolute necessary amount of pills each month. So that way, it's less fatal if I were to take more than prescribed. Also, when I was living with a roommate, they would store my medication for me, and then each morning that I need my medication, they would take it out of a safe lockbox and then give it to me. Yep.
Bipolar is a huge diagnosis. It sounded like that was towards the end of the college years that you were diagnosed.
Yeah, I was diagnosed at 20.
Do you find it hard to know your symptoms, whether you're up and down, or have you wanted to go off your meds? I know that's a huge thing.
Yes, that is a huge thing. I have gone off my meds before, horrific decision. But at first, I don't think you have so much awareness of when you're newly diagnosed and have all these new symptoms to really monitor it the way that I can now. Now, me and my psychiatrist have a great relationship, so I know when my symptoms are starting of an episode, so I'll stop sleeping for a couple days, and I know, okay, it's time to call my psychiatrist because I know what's about to happen. On the other hand, I had a horrific depressive episode a couple months ago. And I knew, okay, maybe it's a time to call my psychiatrist or my therapist to get extra sessions this week. So it's hard to be conscious of that when you're newly diagnosed. My
advice to everyone is to already have a plan in place and have those supports ready when you need them. So I know I have my psychiatrist and I know I have my therapist. When back in the day when I was newly diagnosed, I didn't have any of those supports.
So you mentioned, I think, your senior year, the Dean of Students approached you.
Mm-hmm.
So just thinking of our youth today, what are some creative ways that we can reach out to our youth and get them more involved in our tribe here in preventing suicide?
I think the one speaker before me was talking about how social media is kind of really how kids are using it nowadays to talk about mental health. So that's really how I've made my presence within the mental health field, is being open and honest about my struggles on social media. I know that 13 Reasons Why was a big deal back in the day in 2017, because it was the first of its kind really in media to talk about suicide and all these topics. And now, ever since then, it's become a lot more common. So creativity, I think social media is probably the way to go.
And we have another question from the chat. Was there any one thing that would trigger your suicidal thoughts?
I'm mostly suicidal when I'm manic. So once again, being able to understand those symptoms and knowing that that might lead me to suicide. So for me, not sleeping for days on end, I would not sleep for like 6 days in a row. I knew that could lead me to suicide. Alcohol, substance use, highly correlated with people taking their lives. So I know probably shouldn't do that when I'm feeling suicidal. Also, social isolation. I live alone now, so it can be very socially isolating. So I try to do my best to reach out to people, on a daily basis or every other day to try to receive community like that. Hi.
How you doing? I have a question. Did anybody ever just call you crazy because they knew that you were going through this, and how did you feel about that when they called you crazy because you take medicine, or they knew about your mental health?
I mean, mental health, it's coming at the forefront of a lot of media, but the stigma of mental health is still deeply, deeply rooted. Even friends of mine call me crazy all the time, because they know I have that diagnosis. To them, it's a joke. To me, I'm like, I have deep-rooted insecurities that people are going to think I'm crazy. It's also interesting just dating also, because how do you disclose, even not just dating, but dating, making friendships, how do you disclose that information of your diagnosis? When is the appropriate and the safe time to disclose that? So it's been a real balancing act of who I can involve in my close circle that will understand what my diagnosis is and why these medications are helpful to me. But absolutely, that stigma still exists, and it's a really hard hurdle to get over when you have a diagnosis like that.
Another question from the chat. Were you always agreeable to taking medication?
So I went throughout my whole entire teenage years without medication. A lot of it because my parents did not want me to be medicated. Now, medication really saved my life, and I honestly don't even know if I'd be here without medication. But there's also times when you're manic that you feel like, I want to feel this way forever. Like, I feel so great, and maybe I'm cured, that I don't need my medication anymore. So there has been times I have withdrawals from medication, and that required psychiatric intervention as well. So not all the time have I been agreeable, but I would say that it's really important to maintain that contact with the psychiatrist to keep you on the right track.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Eudora. I wanted to get some more information on the social isolation part of it. Can you speak some more on that?
Yeah, so I think during the pandemic, I mean, a lot of us stopped our sense of community or stopped socializing the way that we used to. I live alone. I work from home alone. I'm in my house about 24 hours a day. So it can become really isolating to feel like you don't have that support or you don't have that community. I've really had to be proactive within the last couple months because I realized that social isolation was a trigger for me. So I really have to go out of my way to at least call someone at least once a day so I don't feel as isolated. Making plans that are still safe, you know, with what's going on. But it's really sometimes hard, though, when you're struggling with mental health. You want to be in that bubble. You want to be in that shell. So you really have to be proactive about interacting with people, reaching out when you need support.
We have another question from the chat. This is from Lori. She says, I have a 14-year-old grandson who just got out of the hospital yesterday for a suicide attempt. He spent 3 days in the ICU. Is it normal for family to feel angry because we don't know how to help them?
I just want to say I will be thinking about your family, and I hope that he is doing better right now. Absolutely, though. I think my family had a lot of mixed emotions when I was newly diagnosed and I was in the hospital for about 14 days. At first, they were kind of in denial that this could have been happening, that I wanted to die. I think there was a lot of shame there, too, that not my child couldn't have bipolar disorder. I come from a family of mental health professionals, so I think it was also the shame of, I'm a mental health professional. How could I not see this? How could I not know? But absolutely, anger, shame, sadness, hospitalizations, it is a life-altering event, life-changing, not only for the person who's in the hospital, but also the family. My family has never really been the same since. But at the same time, it's helped build those supports that were needed that weren't there before. So I would suggest take this as a learning opportunity, take it as an opportunity to build more connection.
I'll ask one final question.
Okay.
I know this is a lot, but this is more just the fact that you've taken this lived experience, you're speaking on it, and working for 988 now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering if you could tell us a little bit about your work with 988, what that entails. That's a new resource that people are hearing about. So
Yes.
it's exciting, and we'd love to hear about your contribution to that.
Yeah, I just started about 2 months ago, but it's been absolutely fascinating and really inspiring what this work is going to do for our country. I can't say a whole lot because we are still kind of brand new and rolling out a ton of stuff. My personal job is I write policy for 988, so all the policy that comes out to crisis centers on policy that they should follow, that's coming from me and my team. And then also I do training for crisis centers. So every single time we have a crisis center come into our network in America or the U.S. Virgin Islands, that will come to my desk. And I do training and all the protocol there.
We do have another question from the chat that just popped in. Sorry. Are you aware of any forums or groups where individuals with similar struggles can talk to one another, or is a licensed professional typically best?
So I know that there is mental health support groups. I'm trying to think of the website I use. I know that there's like a Bipolar Alliance support group, and a lot of these support groups are virtual now, so that's a great option as well. If it's far away from your area, you can hop on a virtual call. That's what I do. Also, another resource that I use and I tell people about all the time is therapyden, DEN.com. That will connect you to a licensed professional, And you can filter that from which gender you're looking for, what kind of therapy they give, what their beliefs and practices are. That's how I find my therapist from. So that's a great resource I tell everyone about. Okay. Thank you so much.
No. Well, actually, right. I was actually going to ask a quick question, if you don't mind. So hold the
5 more bottles of water.
Sorry. As a school social worker and as a parent, I'm curious, what do you wish the schools knew more about? How can the schools, which hold our kids X number of hours, days a week, what do you wish the schools knew more? Everything from K-12. So a lot of focus is on teenagers, but even the younger ones, because you spoke about 5th grade.
Yeah.
So I'm really kind of curious, what do you wish if we could take something back to our schools, if I could take something back to my school, what do you wish they knew?
I wish that more people, not just social workers, but teachers and administration, everyone realized that mental health doesn't start when you're a teenager or adult. Mental health starts from the moment that you're born. So we really, if you're seeing a child, 4th, 5th grade, that's struggling, that's showing that isolation, that's showing that withdrawal, a lot of times we chalk it up, oh, they have behavioral issues. And a lot of times we ask, what's wrong with you, instead of what happened to you to bring you to feeling like this. And I think if we switch that lens to how can we better help someone instead of, just putting it off as something's just, they're a bad apple that fell off the tree, And I felt like that a lot throughout middle school, that, teachers were seeing my behavior. They would ask me, well, why are you sitting in the library at lunch instead of hanging out with your friends? I had cut marks on my arms, and no one brought that to counselors or to the principal or anything. So I think when you see something, say something, switch the narrative to what is wrong with you to what happened to you.
Thank you again, Riley. Yes, grab a water. We'll give you all the water you need, but thank you very much. I can just tell by the tone and everyone's faces and body language that you sharing your story really meant a lot to all of us and was very meaningful. So, in the nature of taking care of ourselves, we want to shift gears a little bit. We would like to introduce Maya Myers from Jewish Family Service of Metro Detroit. She is a member of our Suicide Prevention Task Force, and she is going to lead us in a mindfulness activity for us. So, you want to go ahead and come on up? As long as the red's on, you got the mic on. Okay.
Hi, everybody. My name's Mayim. I'm a suicide prevention coordinator with Jewish Family Service of Metro Detroit. And I promise not to take long, but I want to give us just a few minutes to kind of center ourselves and refocus, come back to the room. So mindfulness is, a key word that we hear a lot and people talk about it a lot, but my hope today is just to give us a couple minutes of quiet, close our eyes, center our mind, and come back to this room. So if you'll indulge me, if you're comfortable, close your eyes. If not, you can cast your eyes down, cast your gaze toward the floor. Take a couple nice deep breaths in and exhale. And if you can picture something beautiful, maybe a scene in nature. Some people like to think about a fireplace, rain falling on a window, something that's meaningful to you that helps you kind of center and focus your energy in this moment. Give you a few seconds to get that going in your head. If you need a little help from me, the other day I was hiking with my family over in Belle Isle, and we came to a clearing. The trees were framing the lake perfectly. It was crisp. There was just a little bit of moisture in the air. A gentle breeze blew through, and we watched leaves fall from the sky down and land on the water. Then the wind picked up a bit, and the leaves went across the top of the water. And it made me think about, often in therapy, how we talk to people about thinking of your thoughts as leaves on the water and watching them go by, but not getting stuck with them. So if you'll take us just a few moments, take some nice deep breaths, stay in the place where you are in your head. And as you're doing this, you can feel the tension in your body wherever it is. Some people hold it in their jaw, some people hold it in their shoulders. Really just focus your energy, find the tension, find the places of discomfort. Tune into those, and on each exhale, release a bit. You can feel yourself relax your jaw, relax your shoulders, pull them down from your ears. Relax all the muscles in your arms. Relax the muscles in your chest, back, and your abdomen. Nice deep breath in. As you exhale, you can feel all of the pelvic muscles relax, tops of your legs, your knees, your lower legs, and with your next breath, if you can start to envision a little bit this beautiful energy coming up through your feet, from the earth, into your body. I like to think of a pink light. Some people like to think of other colors. But you can just feel the good energy from the earth coming up into your body a little bit higher with each breath. And as you exhale, coming back to the room, as you're comfortable, open your eyes. You can wiggle around a little bit, tilt your head back and forth, shrug your shoulders a few times. I hope that was helpful. There are lots of apps out there, and I'm not here to endorse any one of them, but as a mental health professional and as a therapist, I recommend setting a timer on your phone or just a reminder, having a couple times a day where you check in with yourself and remember to just be present in this moment. It's so easy to get sucked into life, and just having that moment to disconnect, re-energize yourself, relax, and be present. I appreciate the time to talk to you guys. Thanks.
All right, thank you. That'll help us move into our transition. We're going to take a break at this time. We are a little ahead of schedule, so we'll take about 20 minutes. And at that time, if you're here in our room live, please help yourself to some of the refreshments, which again have been donated and provided by Havenwick Hospital. There are tables along the back of the room for you to visit, get some resources. For you joining online, there is a shared folder, a link to an online shared folder where the resources are also available for you. So take this time to peruse some of the resources, take care of any personal needs, stretch. Remember, self-care is of the utmost importance. And we will reconvene in about 20 minutes. So at about 2:35, we'll be reconvening. Thank you. All right, we'd like to reconvene. If everyone can come back to their seats, we're ready to reconvene. I do hate breaking up. We have such lively conversations. I hope those of you online have had an opportunity to peruse the shared resource folders. But we do want to keep our event moving. So I thank you. Up next, we are going to hear from Tasha Hansen. Tasha is a caseworker with Oakland County Youth Assistance, and Tasha's going to share about how she used skills that she learned in Safe Talk, suicide prevention training, to save the life of a student in her care. For those of you unfamiliar, Safe Talk is a half-day suicide alertness training for anyone ages 15 and up. So Tasha took the Safe Talk training sponsored by the task force recently and was able to put her skills right into action. So I'm excited to hear from her. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Yes? Okay. As Erica mentioned, I'm Tasha Hansen. I'm a caseworker for Oakland County Youth Assistance. And for those of you who don't know what youth assistance is, just briefly, Youth Assistance is a community-based prevention program aimed at strengthening youth and families through community involvement and by reducing delinquency, neglect, and abuse. So part of my job as the caseworker is to provide short-term casework services for both prevention referrals and diversion referrals. And what diversion referrals are, those are delinquency cases that are referred to youth assistance rather than the official court for usually first-time offenders who commit lower-level misdemeanor crimes. So they complete with youth assistance successfully, then their case is closed and they don't have any further court action, no further history of criminal activity when they go to apply for a job or college or the military. So another part of my job is to attend trainings, trainings on things that are pertinent to my position. And Safe Talk, as Erica mentioned, was a training that I had just taken a few months before I had my first suicidal client in my office. So today I wanted to share with you kind of the story of that. It was back in 2020, January of 2020, before the world changed, that I had just begun working with a client we'll call Johnny for today's purposes. He was a middle school student. He was in 6th grade, so falls in that category of high risk. And he was referred for a diversion case. And I thought, okay, this is going to be easy. He was sent to me because he had stolen money out of the school safe. And so he was charged with larceny as a diversion to youth assistance. So I was going to meet with him for my second time. And I thought, I'm going to work on some basic coping skills, some impulse control things, some good decision-making skills, easy breezy. Well, I was wrong. So for today's purposes, I'm going to read to you, after the incident occurred, since this was back in January 2020, I had to submit a memorandum to my supervisor. And so I wrote out a little bit about what happened right after the incident happened. So I'm just going to read that little excerpt to you because it flows a little better. So here we go. On January 20th, 2020, I met with Johnny in my office, and this was at the local school district. My office was in the school district. It was approximately 10:10 a.m., and prior to meeting with Johnny, I had called his mother, like I usually do, to check in to see how things had been since his last appointment. His mother advised me that he seemed a little down lately, and she was glad that I was going to be meeting with him. I told her I'd check in with her after the appointment. When I met with Johnny, he was visibly upset, and I asked him how he was feeling. He began to immediately cry, and he said, "I feel like I don't deserve to be here." After giving Johnny some time to respond further, I asked him if he had thoughts of suicide, and he said yes, and began to cry more. I listened to Johnny as he explained that he had recently, as of that morning, been thinking of killing himself by jumping off of his aunt's second-story rooftop when he got home from school that day. He was living with his aunt and his mom at the time. I told Johnny that talking about this was super important and that I cared about him and his feelings, and I wanted to make sure he was safe. I advised him I was going to call his mom, and I didn't want to take a chance on losing him or and that he was too special not to be alive any longer. I advised him I was going to stay with him. I wouldn't leave him alone until we could figure this out. So I called his mom. I advised her I was concerned for Johnny and explained the situation. I advised her she needed to come and pick him up from school and either take him to Common Ground or the local hospital to be evaluated, which was part of our training and part of the training I had just gotten from Safe Talk. Now, it should be noted, when we did the initial intake about 3 weeks earlier, I had told Mom, just based on some of Johnny's answers, that it would be a good idea to seek outpatient mental health treatment. So I gave her some resources, and I told her I'd follow up with her. I followed up with her 2 weeks later. She indicated she hadn't yet found him anything, but she was still looking. So as of this date, she had not gotten him any services. Mom indicated to me on the phone while Johnny was in my office that he was just upset because he had gone to the doctor the day prior for his diabetes. He was a type 2 diabetic, so he had to carry insulin around as snack, make sure that he was always constantly checking his diabetes. And she said he always gets sad after his doctor's appointments, and she kind of blew me off. She wanted to speak to Johnny, so I gave him the phone, and although I couldn't hear what she was saying, he answered a few questions very quietly to her, and then he apologized to her, and she hung up on it. So I was somewhat shocked. I calmly called her back, and when I called her back, she initially said that Johnny's aunt would be bringing her to the school to pick Johnny up, and they would take him to be evaluated at the local hospital. So I thought, great, I'll stay with Johnny until Mom gets here, and I'll keep him safe. Mom called back about 5 minutes later, and while we were in my office still, and told me that Johnny's cousin, instead of his aunt, was going to be coming to pick him up. And I reiterated that she needed to be with him, and I said, so you'll be with the cousin. And she paused, and then she said, yeah. So at this time, due to her lack of response and lack of concern, I attempted to text the school's assistant principal. He knew this particular student. He knew this family very well. But he happened to be in a meeting with the superintendent and the state superintendent that day, so he was unavailable. So I asked Johnny if it would be okay to call our school liaison officer into my office because Johnny had a really great relationship with her. She was awesome. And he said, sure. So while we were waiting, I called the officer. While we were waiting for her to come into the office, I let Johnny color. I gave him a snack. I found him a journal to write in, and he seemed to have calmed down a bit, just knowing that someone cared. When the school liaison officer got to my office, she asked Johnny what was going on, and he proceeded to tell her about his recent suicidal thoughts as well as his plan. She talked to him for a little bit and then excused herself from the room. At that point, I knew she was calling Mom. Little did I know at the time, but later found out that she did call Mom. Mom was being quite uncooperative with her, and the officer advised if she didn't come and pick Johnny up, she would unfortunately have to make an involuntary commitment request to the local hospital, which we never want to do, right? That's the last thing we want to do. Well, Mom hung up on her. So around that time, Johnny's cousin, Jordan, appeared at the school instead of the aunt. I met Jordan at the main entrance while the officer stayed with Johnny and colored. And I asked Jordan if he was taking Mom and Johnny to the hospital. Jordan said no, that Johnny's mom told him to come and pick up Johnny, but he had to leave for work. So he's going to take Johnny home to Mom and leave for work. Well, Mom didn't have transportation. Mom had no way to get Johnny to the hospital. So I couldn't ethically let that happen. So Jordan left the office. I went back and left the school. I went back to my office, and Johnny had been writing in his journal. He said, I want to show you something. So when I looked over, Johnny showed me the first sentence of what he wrote in the journal, and he said that he was afraid that his mom was going to be mad at him when he got home. So at that time, I reiterated to him how he did nothing wrong, how brave it was for him to speak up, and how much we cared about him. The officer told him that we just wanted him to be safe and healthy and happy and to get better. She told him that she was going to have to call the ambulance for him to go to the hospital to be evaluated. And this kid was so brave, he just said okay, and he agreed. So by this time, it was around lunchtime, and Johnny needed to eat because of his diabetes, so his school counselor, who he was very close with as well, brought him a lunch to my office. He ate his lunch, and then the ambulance was called. EMS showed up a short time later at a side door, so no one really knew what was going on. And we, the officer, myself, and the counselor, walked Johnny to the EMS with his bag of snacks, his journal, his coloring book, and his crayons. And the school counselor rode with him in the ambulance to the hospital. The officer then followed up with a 3200 on Mom and called the hospital emergency room doctor just to advise him of the situation of what was going on. I then called my supervisor to advise her of the situation. As a follow-up, Mom did ultimately meet them at the hospital that day. A 3200 CPS case was opened and investigated. Johnny did stay a few days at the hospital and then started getting outpatient mental health treatment. And he also got an evaluation from his doctor because part of the diabetes, the insulin levels were off, and that's why he was kind of feeling crummy too. So I ended up closing out his case as a successful completion several months later. So definitely had a happy ending. And I just tell you this story to say that the simple acronym TALK in Safe Talk, which is tell, ask, listen, keep safe, that's definitely what kept me going. And that is definitely what helped me in such a stressful situation keep me on track. So if you have a chance to stay for the training, or if you have an opportunity in the future, I would highly recommend you do it because it could save a life. That's all. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I will not.
All right. Thank you for sharing your story and for reminding us really how expanding our skill set, getting new information can help us. You were willing to ask the tough questions and keep going through the tough steps to make sure that that child stayed safe. So some of you might be wondering, okay, this sounds like a great training. When will it be happening? So we do have one coming up. It will be Wednesday, October 5th in the morning from 9 to 12:30, okay? And that will be taking place at Havenwick Hospital in Auburn Hills. Flyers for the training are in your blue folder, okay? And there's a link to register for the training also going to be provided in the chat box for those of you virtually. The training is limited to 30 participants, so sign up quickly because they usually always fill up. It's a great opportunity. If you want more information about trainings that we're doing here in our county, you can go to oakgov.com/suicide prevention. And they'll list different places around the community that we're able to offer them. I want to take a moment, though, just because we're talking a lot about these trainings. Are there any questions from anyone in the audience or in the chat, either for myself? I happen to be a Living Works trainer. So Living Works is the company that has put together a talk like a training such as Safe Talk. They also have other trainings that you maybe have heard of or have attended. Safe Talk is a half-day suicide alertness training. There's an Assist, which is a 2-day intensive suicide intervention training. And there is currently also a Suicide to Hope, which is for clinicians who are working with individuals on an ongoing basis who have chronic thoughts of suicide. And that one is a 1-day training. And I myself am certified. We have several. Oakland County is actually very fortunate to have several trainers in our county. Anyone in the room who happens to be a Safe Talk trainer, if you want to raise your hand. We have several. And we have some Assist trainers in the room as well. And then I myself also am a Safe Talk instructor. So if you have a desire to host a training and do trainings and do a T for T, you could always reach out to us. The task force is happy to kind of work with you. So with that, if you have questions either for myself, we just want to take a few moments, or for Tasha for her experience as a participant in that training. Sometimes people just have a thought that's lingering, so we just want to open that up if anyone has any questions for us about those trainings.
So shout out to Hannah, because I really enjoyed the class a few months back at Oakland County. And I've been looking for resources for our shared community of Farmington. And online at the MDHHS website, it looks like there is a virtual class as well, knowing that in-person is the best. And as you said, we're well-resourced. But could you speak to that? And what it looked like was that there is some grant funding that maybe the general public can access to go do a virtual version of Safe Talk?
So it's not, Safe Talk is the same. So that one, the virtual option is Suicide Start. which is about an hour, hour and a half. I'm not as familiar because I'm not the instructor for that one, because it's all done online. So there is an online option that is sort of a Suicide 101, gets you started to be familiar and educated on suicide prevention. So that is of the Living Works programs, that is the only one that is virtual. But it is available, and it is a great resource for those who can't travel, limited on funds, or need to stay virtual for whatever the reason. Yeah, thank you for pointing that one out.
Hi, on the spot. How is everyone? There is virtual suicide prevention licenses available for START through the Transforming Youth Suicide Prevention Program, the Garrett Lee Smith Grant at MDHHS. So I am going to be speaking in just a little bit. I'll give everybody my email address. If you have questions about how you can access things through MDHHS, you can just reach me via email and I'll direct traffic. So there are quite a few licenses left for the Living Works START program, which is the virtual training
program.
Happy to connect you to Lindsay.
Thank you. First of all, thank you all for this training and the presentation that you guys are offering. I only had two questions. One for the Safe Talk. How frequent do you guys offer that particular training? Like, is that quarterly, or is that maybe just a couple of times throughout the year?
At this time, we don't have a set schedule. We try to offer it multiple times a year, so kind of every other month. Sometimes over the summer we offer them. So you can just keep an eye out for them. If you have a group that's interested, a large group, and you want us to try to come to you, we can also probably look at that, see if either someone from the health division or the task force or any of the other private trainers might be able to come to you to get on your schedule.
Great. And then the other question was is there like an online place to go to kind of see where the resources are and what other kind of trainings that are being offered through you guys?
Here in Oakland County, I would go to oakgov.com/suicide prevention. And that would be where you're going to find different resources from the task force, as well as any of the other trainings that we might be offering.
Thank you so much.
Yep. Nothing on the chat. We're good? Okay. All right. Thank you again, Tasha, for sharing your story with us. It's always valuable to hear firsthand from participants. So it's not just the trainers who are telling you that it's meaningful. It's really those of us that are in the community working together. So thank you for that. At this time, we're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break just while we set up our panel. We have coming up as a panel discussion, so we just want to be able to get that set up. So we'll take about 5 minutes. We'll come back about 3:15, and we'll be set up. Thank you. All right, welcome back. Thank you for that time. We were able to get set up. For those joining virtually, again, your mics are off, but your chat box is working. There will be time at the end of our panel for questions. So those in the audience, jot those down, and we'll be around to get your questions. And in the chat box, please do the same. At this time, we are going to do a panel discussion. Our panel will be moderated by Chaka McDonald, and he is with the Veterans and Military Families Navigator here at the Oakland Community Health Network. So I'm going to let him introduce our panel and take over. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, Chaka McDonald, Veterans Military Families Navigator, Oakland Community Health Network. I want to first thank our panel members for coming out and speaking, having that bravery to come on out and speak. Let me move my head out of the way here. And now I want to, like all in the camera, I want to introduce now our panelists. All right. We have Miss Sarah Charrow. She's a parent of a child with lived experience, survivor of suicide. Okay. We have Mr. Sam Milner from Easter Seals. We have Miss Regina Murray, U.S. Army veteran. Okay. And we have Miss Kristen Smith from PRISM, Program Coordinator, MDHHS. Thank you guys for coming out and enlightening our audience and helping further expound on the discussion of suicide and suicide prevention. Okay. So what we're going to do, have a series of questions that we're going to ask you guys. I want you to speak from the heart, speak from your experiences, and at some point we're going to open up for the audience to ask questions as well. Okay. So I want to start with Mr. Milner. Mr. Milner, what are some risk factors you believe specific to LGBTQIA plus youth in regards to suicide?
Well, I think, first of all, I think a big one is a lack of parental and social support. And for me, I'm very lucky that, this is working correctly? Okay. I'm very lucky that I have a very supportive family. I think a lot of people, when they talk to me, are very surprised that no one in my family has really been bad to me about the fact that I'm gay and I'm also trans male, which means female to male transgender. So I'm very lucky in that sense. But there's people who don't have the support of their family. They run into risks of homelessness, risks of social isolation. I think one of the main things that is so helpful for people to not go down the road of considering suicide is just to have support from the people around them. And then also just that there's the risk of possible physical and sexual abuse. And once that happens, it greatly increases the risk of suicide.
Okay. So educating the community, you believe at large, doesn't know as far as the different risks or even some of the supports that are necessary for those youth. Youth that identify. Okay.
Yeah, and it hasn't happened to me too much, but there are even times where somebody, it's been a situation for me where I've needed medical care as far as physical and mental health, right? And my providers are not educated at all as far as LGBTQ matters. And I'm very lucky in the fact that I've found really good providers now, but I've had times where I've had medical providers just refuse to do certain medical procedures that I need, specifically having to do with getting my HRT hormones administered, which is very frustrating. And so when you can't have that, you can't even have medical help. That it makes it very hard for people, even with their mental health, to continue going on if you can't even get basic medical help.
Okay. Even physical health doctors, so even contributing to that isolation, which can contribute to suicide ideation by them not being considerate of the needs that you have and even denying those needs. Okay. Thank you for sharing that, sir. I want to ask Ms. Charrow, being a parent of a child that is a survivor, and if I can have you guys bring the mics closer to you as well. Are you guys able to hear? Okay. Closer to them. Okay, cool. Ms. Charrow, being a parent of a child with lived experience, looking back, what do you think were some warning signs for you that indicated that your child may have needed help? What were some warning signs for you?
it's hard to say. In my situation, I am part of a historical depression and anxiety family. And growing up, my needs were never addressed and overlooked, and I often had suicidal ideation myself. So I also went through the struggle of knowing that it's probably a genetic condition, not wanting to pass that on to my children. And unfortunately, my oldest struggled with that. And it started with school. He never wanted to go to school. And so I tried to be the proactive parent, and he had a very specialized child-adolescent psychologist that he saw regularly. And he also had a psychiatrist a few years down. So being aware of it, but the problem for my son is his issues came out at school. So I couldn't be there to see. I tried everything I could to be an active participant in school, but just like as was mentioned, he's a shutdown. He shuts down and he withdraws, and they saw that as a behavioral issue instead of, my kid when he was in third grade stopped smiling in pictures. Like I knew, his dad and I knew there were issues, and we were trying to address them. But when he hit adolescence and middle school, the symptoms became worse, and middle school was a challenge for him, and he couldn't handle the chaos because it brought together all of these kids going down the hallways, and I had asked for certain things to be addressed that were not being addressed regarding how teachers approached my son about not doing assignments because certain subjects were overwhelming, and if they went, I had a teacher that would make him call me at work and tell me he didn't do his assignment, and he would shut down then for the rest of the day and not be productive. And so I tried really hard to be an advocate for him in school and also support the fact that he's one kid, and I know these teachers have a lot on their plate, and I appreciate what they do for him. But my son actually attempted suicide at school, so I couldn't be there. So you can think sometimes you're doing everything you can, but still these things happen, and it's hard to not hold yourself sort of responsible for missing that, because I really love my kids, and I thought I was doing the best I could for them. Yeah. So obviously I saw the signs, I experienced them myself, and thought I was doing everything I could to address them. And it was too late. I had literally fought for him, and I'm not an aggressive person by any stretch, but I did finally stand up and say, listen, if I have to be that kind of crazy parent to get my son's needs met, I will be that parent. And so they were scheduling an IEP, and he was starting the IEP testing. But unfortunately, at that point, it was too late, and he attempted suicide at school.
Well, I'll tell you, one parent to another, I completely understand that as parents, we try to be all that we can be and try to even put our will in our kid, no, you're going to be successful because we said, whatever, and kind of forgetting that our kids have their own struggles, have their own mind. And I know as a parent, so I understand and you probably did do everything that you could. It sounds like perhaps the teachers were not educated on the warning signs of suicide, it sounds like, or even mental health, that they were not, everything is just behavioral, these defiant behavior disorder. I used to be a teacher, I get it. Do you think that if the teachers were a little bit more educated in behavioral health, maybe mental health first aid or something, that could have helped with your son?
I think that for sure, because he was quiet. He never caused any problems. He just would shut down and internalize. And at this point, he was already getting resource room support. and things like that. But I was running into this issue where this teacher would continually do this to him, and it embarrassed him, even though I would tell him, it's okay, don't worry, try to go have a good day. I finally got to the point where I was like enraged because this teacher was causing the rest of his day to just be unproductive by embarrassing him, really, is what you're doing. And, I got a call from his teacher. This is a different teacher, not the same one. And he just said, I can't find your son. And I said, what do you mean you can't find my son? You think you put your kid in school, they're safe and they're accounted for. And they're like, we don't know. He left the classroom and we don't know where he went. And it was another teacher that was trying to push him instead of recognizing that maybe you should back off. My son had gotten frustrated. He put his head down on the desk and the teacher kept pushing and pushing. And he ran out of the classroom and they didn't know where he went. So, I actually work in child welfare now, ironically, for the state. And I work with educators, so I respect what they do. Yeah. But I do think there should be some form of additional training to look at certain behaviors that these kids are exhibiting, that maybe the defiance isn't necessarily an anger issue or something else, that there could be something more internal going on, and maybe to learn to address those things and ask the right questions and train these teachers that if a kid's shutting down, like, maybe back off, Right. Don't get harsh or hard. Like, we all grew up with those teachers that were harsh and hard, but somehow things are different now, and he's just not the kind of person that could handle that kind of pushing.
Okay. And I want to, is he now in therapy or is he back in school?
He is, it's been 10 years, 10 years, actually. Okay. And he is literally the most wonderful human being.
Gotcha.
And he's doing really well, and he continued, he still has treatment. Mm-hmm. He no longer takes medication. He doesn't feel he needs it, but he knows when to talk to his therapist, and he got his needs, ironically got his needs addressed through the school because of that catalyst. They put him in a special program.
Right.
And it basically changed his entire performance from school and changed him as a person.
Great.
It helped him build self-confidence. You would not think a specialized high school for kids with emotional needs would make someone a better person, but he loved it. He had, like, small classrooms, right. And he was really intelligent, and the teachers always appreciated him because he was polite and kind, and he wasn't the kid that was, like, throwing desks or anything, but he just needed that environment where there was fewer people and distractions. And
right. Please understand that more, even a self-contained type class, or just class with less kids. Gotcha. Thank you for sharing, and it's good to hear 10 years later he's doing better and he's getting the therapy. That's awesome. We still can help. Our teachers can still benefit from more education for mental health. I want to ask Ms. Kristen Smith in regards to males seeking. I think if we look at, and I could be incorrect, the majority of suicide being among men, higher rates among men. What are some statistics relating to men not seeking out help? Like, what are some stats that you're seeing relating to men that do not seek out help? And what are some of the reasons why men may not reach out for help themselves? So what are some stats regarding men seeking help? And what are some reasons why you believe that men don't seek out help with suicide ideation, things like that?
Sure, yeah. Well, first, I want to say I appreciate what my fellow panelists have already said, because they've started to answer that question for me. It's having the right social support. It's having the right safety net. It's having people, not just in your family, but the doctors you see, the teachers you see, your colleagues and coworkers, noticing, asking questions, being that bridge. So, I don't have a lot of stats on males not seeking help. It's hard to know who's not seeking help, but we do know maybe some reasons why men aren't seeking help. We also know that men account for about 2/3 of the suicides in the state of Michigan. And some of the reasons that men don't seek help have a lot to do with cultural norms, societal norms. We teach men to be big, to be bad, to be strong. And so there have been lots of studies done, both nationally and in Michigan, about what effect that has on men. And so we see men lack acceptance of their own mental health needs, and they say, I can get through that. I can get through it. I don't need to talk to anybody about it. I'm strong. I can get through it. We know that in Michigan especially, men have higher rates of binge drinking, excessive drinking, which is a risk factor for suicide. Men in Michigan also have higher rates of mental distress. We know that Michigan is a huge state, right? That we're in Oakland County now, which is a pretty urban county, but if you go just a couple hours north, all of a sudden you see a lot more trees than people, and even further north you see a lot more trees than people. So social isolation is a huge contributing factor for mental distress. We have, a rural state where there's firearms accessible to all of us at any given moment, and we know that firearms are a very lethal mean for suicide. So we don't know who's not reaching out for help, but we know that men are reaching out for help disproportionately less than women, which leads to higher rates of actual suicide among men. Men are historically low help seekers in general, high risk takers, lots of risky behaviors, and there's just that societal pressure to be strong and to not need help even when you might. And so I think I've answered your question and then some and rambled. So I hope that I did. Please ask any clarifying questions you need. But I do appreciate what's already been said, because social isolation happens whether you've got people in your house who support you or not. It's everybody else. We all play a role in suicide prevention. So thank you for sharing those things.
I was going to ask you, Kristen, with that, like I said, men historically, how we're raised since little, don't cry.
Yep.
4 years old, 5 years old, 6, we crying, that's out, What are some initiatives that are being taking place now to try to punch through that machismo of emotion equals weakness, which, et cetera, can be anything?
Well, I certainly do think that societal norms, cultural norms, are starting to shift, and it's starting with things like this: helpers, caregivers, knowing that language is stigmatizing, and so changing the language around suicide prevention and suicide in general has been really helpful. Changing the language around mental health has been helpful. I will say, so my program at the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, Preventing Suicide in Michigan Men, we're focusing on initiatives and ways that we can change the systems for adult males 25 and up. And that's changing language, meeting men where they are. So we've got folks on our stakeholder group that are men. They don't necessarily do academic research or mental health provision, but they work in construction and agriculture, and so we say, hey, how do we message to men? I am a young white female. I'm not, the target audience of my program, so I needed to get the target audience of my program to help us make those decisions. We also have launched Man Therapy Michigan. I don't know if any of you are familiar. I hope that you are. But if you go to mantherapy.org from any phone or computer in the state of Michigan, you'll be greeted by, Dr. Rich Mahogany, who's very Ron Swanson-esque, and he's going to direct you to do a head inspection and ask you about your mental health, how you respond to your own emotions, and point you in the direction of help. And so because we've licensed it and launched it in Michigan, you can also put in your region, and he will direct you to resources in your region. It's not an exhaustive list of resources in your region, so don't think, every private practitioner is going to be listed, but a place to start at least. It's that bridge between I think I need help and help is available. And so we've started those. We started changing the conversation around suicide and mental health for males. We also just recently launched an ad campaign. And if you go to our website, michigan.gov/thelifeyousave, you can see all of the assets from our media campaigns, including videos of real men with stories of hope and resilience. Because I think it also matters for men to hear other men say, I've struggled, but I came out on the other side, and because of that, I got to live the life that I wanted to. So we're trying to change the narrative, the language around suicide prevention, especially for men.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you. Ms. Murray, United States Army veteran, 19 years, correct?
It was 18 years.
Okay.
1999 to 2017.
Okay, 1999, 2017. United States Army, 18 years, and you're talking about military, which is of course, male-dominated, but definitely as far as a machismo, as far as a toughness, this toughness that you have to exhibit physically and mentally. Huge barrier. We know we were going over some stats just a minute ago, about 6,300. 2019, they have documented 6,300 veterans committed suicide. That was, but we know that number is even higher now. What do you think are some risk factors that contribute to suicide in the veteran community, in the veteran space? What do you think are some risk factors for those men and women that are, while they're still in attempting suicide and completing, or when they come out? What do you think?
Well, thank you for that question. A lot of the things that are risk factors for veterans are risk factors for the general population that have already been mentioned on the panel. One of the biggest risk factors for veterans that should be changed and could be changed is early treatment for suicidal ideation and also trauma. Other risk factors for active duty is veterans have a higher risk of being sexually assaulted. About 4% of male veterans and 40% of female veterans will experience military sexual trauma during their service time. And there's not a lot of support for that. I mean, it's getting better, but the stigma of mental health care and medication is still really strong. Also, there's usually the only person you're offered to talk to is a chaplain who, God bless chaplains, but they're not a mental health care provider. So a lot of those things could be changed for veterans. When veterans leave service, they have a 25% chance of experiencing homelessness. And a lot of times, even though they do have the support of their families have no idea what that person has been through. So they feel very alone.
When you separated from the Army, so being in there 18 years, you were conditioned, you thought a certain way, it was 18 years, this is how it was done. How traumatized, how was it for you when now you're back in the civilian world? What kind of stimulus, how did you feel? Anxiety?
So my personal experience really wasn't that different from a lot of people's experience. I had just gotten done with a tour of Afghanistan. While I was gone, my spouse had cheated on me and stolen a bunch of money, like $18,000. I felt really alone. I didn't have a good family support system. Like when I came back from serving in Afghanistan, I was the only person in my unit who did not get a coming home party from my family, and that was really hard. I felt very alone. And I knew I had PTSD. I had witnessed a lot of things that no human being should have to witness. And I actually tried to get help, and it took 2 years for me to get connected to a therapist after coming back. And I went to the vet center in Pontiac, and I didn't have a good experience with the therapist that was offered to me there. I have a great therapist now, but I also had a few of the people that I served with complete suicide, which was really traumatizing. When I was in Afghanistan in October, there was a mass cal, and the people who completed suicide also completed around that time, which is not uncommon for a really traumatic event to trigger those feelings, but it just made my trauma even worse. And I had a lot of survivor's guilt, especially one of the people that completed suicide was a really good friend that I ate dinner with every night when I was in Afghanistan. And I just really felt like I wasn't a good enough friend for him, and that was really hard for me to deal with. I realize that's not true right now, but I don't think that experience, or at least some of those experiences, aren't uncommon for veterans. And, like, outside of other veterans, I don't know a lot of people who have had those experiences, and it does make you feel really alone, At least for me, it did.
No, I understand. And when you say mass cal, you mean in a mass casualty event?
Yes, I'm sorry. That's military jargon. Yeah, we got mortared over the fence. A mortar is like a big bomb, and about 80 people got injured and died as a result of that. And yeah, it was not fun.
You say not fun. Thank you, Regina, for sharing. Just for sharing, for opening up and sharing. Like I believe a lot of the civilian public does not understand the things that veterans experience and see and how it's supposed to just be a part of business, but we, as humans, we're not able to take that in without it coming out some form or fashion. So thank you definitely for sharing. I want to, and you mentioned that you were now receiving therapy, and we're going to look at how therapy and some interventions going forward can help prevent. So we have a few more questions that we want to ask you guys. And once again, thank you for everybody sharing as well, being so candid. Sam, I did want to ask you, and we kind of talked about that in the beginning as far as supports, things like that for the LGBTQ population. You mentioned your doctor didn't want to perform certain treatments and things like that, which contributed to you feeling more isolated, things like that. Have you seen any changes incrementally for the doctors being more educated, more willing to help? Have you seen any inroads to them providing better care, being more understanding, being more knowledgeable, and how that can help decrease suicide ideation among the population? So, what have you seen?
I'm gonna be honest. I mean, I think that people are definitely making the attempts to be more inclusive, but I have found, like, as far as a lot of services go, where like people think that just like accepting the fact that somebody is gay or trans, bisexual, non-binary. I think that just accepting that that's what they are is enough, but I feel like they don't go the extra step sometimes. You're like, I'm going to make it a priority to educate myself so I can treat you better. Because I know I had 2 different doctors that I saw for primary health care who I just didn't give me my complete health care that I needed. And I'm very lucky that that my sibling told me about a doctor that I see now who is fantastic. And so I've been able to get everything that I need taken care of. So I think that like as far as I go, I'm in a really good place, but I think that it's very hard to find doctors and even people in other services that are educated in LGBTQ needs, just because I think it's not mandatory when you're getting your education. I know I have my bachelor's degree in psychology, and I think I didn't have to take any classes on learning how to treat people in the LGBTQ community. I learned a little bit about it just through general learning, and I took a class on gender and sexuality. But I don't think that it doesn't seem like it's been mandatory, which is very frustrating because it makes you feel really othered when people just don't look into trying to find ways to treat you properly just because they don't have to.
You mentioned that you switched to another medical provider. Do you think and you said it resulted in better care. Do you think it was because that doctor understood the biological component, more of the genetic, biological, whereas the other doctors were, because they still textbook MD. I don't know what happens in medical school. I don't have, I'm not that, But was this doctor more newly trained on this is what to look for in someone that is transgender or switch? What do you say?
I think for one, it's like I think it's a personal interest of his, just because I think he's like somebody needs to help this community, and I care about this community, so I'm going to go out of my way to do what I can to help them. I think with him, I'm sure he has thought out training. I don't know when he got his doctor. He's older than me. I'm 28, but I don't know how old he is. But I do know some of the doctors I saw before. Was a bit older, so it could just be like he's been out of. The previous doctor I had was out of medical school for X amount of years, and so he possibly just got his degree when it wasn't as widely known. But I do know in that certain situation, it was basically I said like, hey, I'm having my physical right now. Do you mind? Because with people who are trans male, if you're getting testosterone, you either have to get it done like by an injection or through a cream. I'm very afraid of needles, so I can't do the injections myself. And I was asking him, like, hey, do you mind just doing my injection for me really quickly? And he just wouldn't do it. And I was like, oh, well, it's just like giving anybody else a testosterone injection. And he's just like, oh, I don't know. I don't know how to do that. And then he went on to tell every single time someone in my family went to see him, because they also saw my sibling and my mom, basically it's brought up like, hey, so what's your thought about Sam being transgender? Is it weird for you? And my family just kept saying like, it's not, like, it's been years. Like, what? I'm here because I hurt my wrist. Like, can you please help me with? And but think about it. Like, why isn't that strange for you? And like, I'm very lucky that my family is very supportive and was like, you need to stop asking these questions. This is not appropriate. But if my fear was if I wasn't already out to my family and he said those things to me, that could have put me in so much danger. And thank goodness my family's supportive.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm thinking that violation of like HIPAA, him sharing.
Yeah,
it's different if you're 3. But him. So, what do you think about?
Yeah,
you're an adult. Isn't that he violated a couple laws with that one? Didn't he? Just thinking.
Yeah, no, as you can tell by probably how hard it was to hear me at my first round. I'm very quiet, so I didn't want to say to him like, oh, that's inappropriate. I should look into legal action. I think it was more so it's just like I'm in a very vulnerable place where I'm asking you to do something that, to begin with, I'm very afraid of because I don't want to get an injection, but I have to, and I'm already in a vulnerable position, and it's extra vulnerable because I know that you could say no, you could tell me to leave and not treat me, and then like I need you to do this for me, and it's your job to do this for me, and it was really embarrassing, and it made me feel horrible because before this, the doctor had been like fantastic.
Okay. So it sounds like, and one thing you mentioned earlier too, compassion. Doctors having compassion, compassion trumping medical knowledge, but at least having some form of compassion on what it is that you're experiencing and can do. Okay. Very, very interested. And like I said, just hearing the medical field, and then like them tapping, hey, so what you think? You know, like we talking about the Lions or something. Hey, so what do you think? Like that was huge red flag. Thank you for sharing. Thank you. I'm glad that you found a medical doctor that was compassionate, that would treat you and not give you a hard time. That's amazing. Thank you for sharing that. Ms. Charles, as a parent and as a parent with lived experience, what resources? Because you mentioned your son went to more of a school that was more self-contained, or at least the classes were more self-contained. What are some additional resources or support that you found even outside of the self-contained type of classroom that kind of helped him? Because you said now 10 years, going 10 years forward today, he's doing great. What are some other things that help contribute to who he is now, as a man? And what are your thoughts?
Regina, first, thank you for your service. I just wanted to mention that. As far as resources, he, after his incident at school, the whole process was very difficult. He had to go into inpatient treatment for 2 weeks, and they kept kind of hinting that we'd see him sooner. And it's very hard. He's your baby, and they take him away without his shoelaces, and like he's going to prison, And then he had to do intensive outpatient treatment for 2 weeks. And after that, when we went back to school, because they have to have a release before they take the student back, they basically said we don't really need to proceed with the IEP because now that this incident has happened, he qualifies to go. So he went to the high school. It's an ISD high school. They bused him 30 minutes from where he lived to the school every day. And that, along with his therapy, basically solved the issue because it took away the stress of the classroom for him. Okay. He ended up having really good one-to-one relationships with a lot of the male teachers there. Like I said, they saw him for who he was and appreciated his humor. They have programs in school for kids with IEPs. There's Michigan Rehab Services, and that is an employment service that the school will offer. So he got to work summers, but he got hands-on training. So he'd have like a job coach with him when he went to work to kind of prepare him for entering the workforce. There wasn't much else we did for him other than just recognizing that you can't push somebody who's not ready. He didn't want to drive. He wasn't ready. Obviously, encouragement is a good thing, especially from the right person. But, I didn't want to force my son to drive at 16 just because that's what we did. But he drives now. He's very independent now. And but he wasn't ready to drive till he was about 20. My daughter got her license and was taking driver's ed before he even started. So it's just really recognizing him as an individual and what his needs are, and then being there to support him. And I remember driving him to treatment, to an outpatient treatment, And there's this song by the Pretenders called I'll Stand By You. And I'm a really sappy mom, and I had like playlists I created for my kids, and it happened to be on the playlist for them. And I literally like pulled off the road, and I said to him, I can't live without you. And I remember going to his psychiatrist and saying, I'm sorry if that was the wrong thing to say. But he said, no, you say whatever it takes to make sure he understands how important he is to this world. Because I just said, like, you have so many people that love you that would never be the same without you.
Right.
And he and his sister, despite the fact that they're almost 3 years apart, are like best friends, or like twins. Like, think of your sister. How would she survive without her big brother? You know, you guys are so close. They're like two peas in a pod. They're still that way, you know. And, you know, I struggled with that. I didn't know if what I was doing was the right thing, but I was so desperate for him to understand how much he was loved.
Right.
And how much of an impact that would have. And when I told him that I couldn't live without him, that's my own mental illness going into effect, because I couldn't. I wouldn't be able to handle the fact that my son took his life. I would feel like a failure. And when I said that to him, he said, what about Hannah? I said, exactly. What about Hannah? I said, Hannah wouldn't have you, and then she wouldn't have me. And I don't know, I just feel like at that moment he had some sort of like realization of what his impact is on people and how that can affect them.
Right.
So if my advice is, if you have somebody in this situation, you do and you say whatever you can to make them understand how important they are to people in their lives and the impact their loss would be. But yeah, as far as actual resources, he just continued his treatment, and we found him a good therapist. You know, as he got older, he didn't want a child therapist anymore, so he's got an amazing therapist now who works with him really well. And
one thing, first of all, there's no textbook. I realize, being a parent, and you birthed him, and I'm a dad, let alone how my wife feels, you know, about our children, you know. I'm even thinking now, our teens, but she's still like, certain things, no, don't say them. Like, it's time for them to go. I mean, it's time, you know, no, you know. So I'm saying that to say that don't ever feel convicted or beat up. That's your son. You know, you loved him. You love him, you know. So for you to say, I can't, you know, be here, you know, without you, I don't believe you said that as a condemning or anything. Like, you're just expressing how you felt. But I definitely see how what kept him here was him finding the sense of self-worth in and of himself, either through therapy, just through having some other folks that just showed him love, other teachers that looked at him not as a number, you know, classroom full of 30, but, you know, looking at him as who he is. So, like I said, I just want to say that just being a parent, that there's no textbook for us kind of deal. We say what we feel, you know, say what we want, you know, because we love our children, but at the same time, it was important for him to find that self-worth, that value, and things like that. Once again, definitely thank you for sharing, and it's awesome to hear that he's doing great now. He has a tight, you know, relationship with his sister. That is great. That is great. And Kristen, so, you know, even getting back to that hard nut to crack, so to speak, as men, you know, once again, I keep bringing up the machismo, the macho, and all this kind of stuff, and, you know, Hollywood doesn't help dispel that myth in no shape, form, or fashion. How are you going to get to, you know, how are you going to get to that guy that he just saw whatever movie and, you know, I got to have a, you know, six-pack and all this stuff and maybe have a CPL. You know, maybe, you know, I got to be able to do. How you get to that guy, but inside he's feeling lonely. He's feeling like he doesn't quite measure up. How you get to that guy?
That's a really great question. I don't know if we're ever going to have the answer to that question specifically, because every man
is thinking something different, needs something different.
Right.
I appreciate what you just shared, Sarah. The right person, right, providing encouragement. We can provide encouragement to people all day long, but if it's not from the person that we want to hear it from, sometimes it's lost on deaf ears. And so that's why we have gatekeepers. That's why we have suicide prevention training that's not just for clinical and behavioral health and primary care providers. That's why we have gatekeeper trainings like Safe Talk was just mentioned a moment ago, and START was mentioned a moment ago, because the way all of us talk about suicide prevention, the way all of us look out for warning signs and risk factors in our friends and family matters. Suicide touches everybody, not just people, who see mental health professionals. It's happening in every room that we go into, whether we're talking about it or not. And so it's really important that we all encourage people to know something. Sam was mentioning that he didn't get a lot of training in school about LGBTQ information. Well, there's also very little to do with suicide in college and mental health master's programs even. So we just have a lot of work to do to get everybody talking about it, to get therapists talking about it, to get ancillary staff talking about it, but also to get teachers but also to get just everybody in general talking about it. So we really rely on gatekeepers. I mentioned earlier we've got men as a part of our stakeholder group to help us message to them. But I also want to message to their wives and their kids and their friends and their family. And right now, Michigan is really fortunate to have a lot of capacity for suicide prevention. We've got Preventing Suicide in Michigan Men, which is the first adult program we've ever had. But we also have Transforming Youth Suicide Prevention, which we've had for a little while. And so we've got suicide prevention across the lifespan. And if you're doing suicide prevention for youth, you're doing suicide prevention for adults. And if you're doing suicide prevention for adult males, you're doing suicide prevention for adult women. Because we're all gatekeepers for each other. We all have to be looking out for each other. So that's what we're hoping to do through PRISM, is find all of the ways that we can connect with everybody. Because how you connect with me is not going to be how you connect with anyone else on the panel or anyone else in this room necessarily. Because we've got to have our friends and our family talking about suicide with us too.
Gotcha. Definitely. Thank you. Like I said, I know that was a tough question there. I think for decades, folks were, how do I get to these men? What in the world? What is wrong with him? And then how do I get to him? So, Regina, from the military component, we know that if a veteran, active duty serviceman, either Guard, Reserve, or active duty, because what I've been hearing that if I disclose I have a behavioral challenge, it can mess with my security clearance. It can mess me going up in rank, so I just got to stuff this thing here. What are some things that you believe the military can do to help change that narrative that is not going to mess with security clearance? Or at least they can verbalize that, but at least, it's not going to mess with security clearance, not going to mess you up and going in rank. And what can society do? Because all of our men and women are eventually going to get out, right? Be it after 4 years, 15 years, 30 years, etc. What can the military do while the guy or girl is still in, be it Guard, Reserve, or active? And what can we do as society to help our men and women that have proudly served our nation, whether they're voluntold or volunteered? So you got a twofold question. I'm putting it all on you, Regina.
Thank you for asking. So I'm actually working with a veteran who helped get the PAC Act passed. And I'm in the master's program for social work at Oakland University. And my idea, which I don't know, there might be a better idea out there, but I would really like to see mental health officers put in each unit, and for everyone to go through a mental health check, just like you get a physical fitness test, you would get a health fitness test. It would normalize mental health then, and also just education, like mental health medication. It's not any different than if you needed medication for diabetes. So just encouraging medication compliance, and I had a secret clearance when I was in the military. I'm definitely mentally ill in several ways. So I just think that there's still a lot of stigma and a lot of misconceptions, and a lot of the new medications and new mental health treatments are very effective, and they shouldn't affect someone's ability to serve. And if they do, it could be evaluated on a person-by-person basis. Maybe somebody's mental health condition does affect their service, and they should have their clearance taken away, and that's okay. That's all right. It's not a big deal. Even everyone serving doesn't get a clearance, a secret clearance, right? So then they just don't get that, and they might have their job affected by it, but that's not a big deal.
What about in the community? What can the civilian world, I think, still is clueless, I hate to use that word, but still not knowledgeable about military culture, and what does it mean to transition back to this world that's a little bit more freer?
Right. So veterans do have a higher instance of substance use disorder just because, well, in my opinion, and I think it's true, but because of the trauma that they experienced while they're serving. And that's not true for every veteran, but destigmatizing substance use disorder as well, and just seeing it as the result of most likely a traumatic event, and having empathy for that person. That and just realizing that veterans do have a much higher risk of substance use disorder and homelessness. So when you see someone holding one of those cardboard signs at the street corner, having empathy. And that doesn't mean giving them money automatically, but just humanizing them. And I know those are the veterans that are in the worst situations, and not everyone's like that. I guess for someone like me, what you can do is just support them in the way that they need supported. And I mean, you might not know what that is, but just letting veterans know, hey, we support you, Sarah did. Yeah. And anytime someone thanks me for my service, I feel a little bit better. Thanks for your support.
Seems like a common thing. And thank you for giving your insight. And, of course, definitely thank you for serving our nation. Because of you and many other veterans that did what you have done, we're able to go to the movies. We're able to go to the mall. We're able to do the different things and stuff. So
yeah, I don't feel like that, though. And I don't think that's, I don't think that's, just me. I think a lot of veterans just, I don't think it's my service that made a huge difference, but
I understand. That's the mindset. Okay. That's perfectly fine. That's a lot of veterans. I'm just doing my duty to serve my nation. So I completely get it. And one thing, it sounds like, and even what Sam said earlier, that compassion and empathy. Sounds like those are two of the themes here for people to, and with Sarah, some of the teachers having an understanding, and Christian, in reference to the men, it just that compassion, empathy regardless of your station in life, having compassion and empathy on that person, regardless of their station, just having compassion and empathy seems to go a long way.
Could I say one more thing,
Yeah.
Shaka? Sorry. I hear this a lot from, what's your name again? Kristen. The myth of mental strength and mental weakness. And that's in the military big time too. Like, that needs to be nixed. There is no such thing as mental strength and mental weakness. And it's not mentally weak to seek mental health care. Mental health care is just health care. And I think, especially if you hear someone talking like that, just saying like, hey, that's not really true, you shouldn't really say that. And just starting that conversation, like, mental health care, it's just health care. You know, it doesn't make you mentally weak, and there's no such thing as mental strength. It's just mental health, and just making it normalized.
Right. Like physical health, mental health. You're not weak. You're not strong. It's just mental. It is what it is. It's not stigma. I believe we got a couple minutes for the audience if they wanted to ask any questions as well. Okay, so, yep. Go on here. We'll have you ask. We're going to get you the mic real quick here. Yeah, we got a few minutes here. We're still making good time. Thank you guys again, definitely, for sharing everything. So.
Hello. My question's directed more towards Regina. Growing up, my father was a Vietnam veteran, and so the VFW hall was honestly just an extension of my family, like chili cook-offs, holiday parties. Like, the guys that were there that my dad spent every Sunday with were kind of like extended uncles to me. But I also know throughout the years, my dad has been part of clubhouses that have closed and have merged with other ones. And last time I went to one, it was a couple, excuse my language, old folks hanging around together. Are the VFW halls, is this still a thing with the up-and-coming veterans groups that come through? Is this like that's where your dad hung out in Clare I'm not hanging out there? Like, because I felt like that was such a connection for him that helped him. But again, it just seems like these halls are emptier now.
So thank you for your question. I am part of the student veterans at Oakland University, and we do partner with the Pontiac VFW a lot because that's closest to Oakland. And we do a lot of volunteer events for them, and we also do like a Vietnam Veterans Day dinner for them. And like the other veterans, most of them are a little bit younger than me, but like we'll talk about it and we'll be like, do you want to hang out here at the VFW? And we're all like, no. And I do think that if we had something like that, it could be helpful. I'm honestly not opposed to hanging out with those people. Like, I've talked with a lot of Vietnam vets. I think they're super awesome people. They have a lot of the same problems we do, like Agent Orange, and like I know I was exposed to burn pits, so we have that like kind of connection. But a lot of the people in my generation are who are like Afghani war veterans or Iraqi war veterans. They don't really want to be associated with the VFW or the American Legion. And that might be why I'm not opposed, because I'm about to be 45. So.
I'm saying, you're about to hit that.
All right, we got a couple more questions I'm going to get from the audience. Kristen, I love the term gatekeepers. Can I have permission to steal it, to pass that on?
It is not mine to steal, so absolutely.
Please
do.
I think we all need gatekeepers. Regina, a question. Did you ever have a welcome back party yet?
I didn't. And like, I told my mom that it hurt my feelings, and she apologized, but I don't know.
That's all. I just wanted to know.
one.
Yeah, but you never know what happens in life, right? And then my last question is, we have a situation that I am. It's a family situation, and any of you could respond, but it's a suicide situation that has occurred, and it's a hush-hush thing in my family. And I don't agree with that. Is it my news to share with other supportive family members, or it's not my child, it's not in my, like, 4-group family, it's outside of that with a cousin, is that I feel like we could really be supportive, but am I betraying trust? But if it saved a life, I might be okay betraying trust. What are your thoughts?
So, I have an aunt that completed suicide, and my family still doesn't say that she completed suicide. According to my mom, she died of the flu, even though there was a suicide note and that's what is on her death certificate. I think it's harmful to the family, personally, because to me it invalidates my aunt. But, and I've told my mom that, I wouldn't tell you what to do, but I would try to make it a conversation, like, what is this accomplishing by not talking about it? You know?
Go ahead.
I think this also goes along with, like, when you have, like, anybody in your life who you feel like needs more support and you're just not sure what to do about it. I would just ask the person themselves. I know, like, because, like, I mean, this is not on the same topic, but, like, sort of just, like, one person talking for another person. When I first came out as trans male, my mom said to me, she's like, do you want to tell everybody in the family, or do you want me to? And I'm like, I'm too scared to do it myself. Can you do it for me? And in that case, of course, her telling the whole family is 100% okay, but I would have felt, and so I was okay with her doing it, but if she had not asked me, I would have felt betrayed. So I think the best option, at least in my opinion, is just to ask the person themselves what they want.
Kristen, could you just tell me, what is the PRISM program? What do you do there? What do they do?
Yeah, sure. So I'm going to be as brief as I can, because it's a lot of things. So the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services back in 2020 applied for funding from the CDC, with the CDC's first time offering funds for non-research related suicide prevention programming. So we were lucky to be awarded, one of 9 states that was awarded this comprehensive suicide prevention funding. And it's essentially a grant program. We've partnered with other partners across the state to kind of carry out other projects. So we are working with Henry Ford Health System to do a continuous quality improvement collaborative with other health systems in the state to implement zero suicide more effectively. We're working with the Department of Corrections to train their mental health staff in assessing and managing suicide risk and change their policies related to suicide risk. We've launched Man Therapy Michigan. We're working on a telehealth toolkit. We've done an ad campaigns. We're going to start sponsoring training statewide. So it's just a grant program. It's a grant program. And we're doing a comprehensive suicide prevention model based on the CDC's comprehensive suicide prevention programming. And we have all sorts of key activities that we have to do. We have a stakeholder group, which is our large partnership. That's what I was talking about, bringing in a community scan in year 1. We'll do another one in year 3 and year 5 to see how we've hopefully. We have a communication and dissemination plan. We are very lucky to have a full-time epidemiologist and a communication specialist working on the program with us, so we can
track data trends and get those out to stakeholders, as well as plan our messaging. So we are working with journalism schools and journalists across the state to talk about safe reporting. We've put out social media guidelines for folks, and then we're evaluating our progress every year. So our funding goes from 2020 to 2025. We have no idea if they're going to offer it again. We hope that they do. But that's just a small piece of the capacity that the state of Michigan is building to do suicide prevention work. Yeah, of course. Oh, and I had promised my email address earlier. It is smithk134@michigan.gov. There's a lot of K Smith, so the 134 is important. smithk134@michigan.gov. And my colleague, who I mentioned earlier, who has those START licenses, is Lindsay DeCamp. She put her email address in the chat already. Obviously none of you see it, so it's DeCamp, DECAMPL@michigan.gov. So if you get either of us, we can help direct traffic for you.
Thank you for such personal sharing. Really has impacted me, and I'm sure everyone in the room, and also for the robust professional knowledge that you've been able to share. I heard it kind of leak into the conversation a little bit, and I know we're here about education and resources, but I wondered if we can lift up some of the policy advocates for the kind of changes that specifically you were talking about, Sarah, trauma-informed educators. Like, I am a member of the PTA. There are several PTA members in the room, including, and I know that, and I also know the Be Smart folks are at all our meetings and getting that information out and training us. So those are two groups that I know, but I wondered if we can elevate any other advocacy groups so that we can find each other after this, so we can make the policy changes that are needed and not just the education and resource pieces. I don't know if any of you can speak to that or if it's a follow-up conversation.
I just always like to shout out Affirmations in Ferndale. They're really great for the LGBTQ community, especially at least just from my own experience, the transgender community. I know that a friend of mine used to even go to support groups there. I know someone who does facilitation of support groups there. So it's fantastic. Oh, if you know anybody who's in the LGBTQ community, definitely check out Affirmations in Ferndale.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
As far as the veterans, I'm actually working on writing a bill myself to present to the Senate and Congress. I'm actually working with the veteran that helped get the PAC Act passed, so working on that right now while I get my master's degree. So hopefully we will see some federal policies change for active duty military and veterans.
And in regards to some of the policy that we're looking for, there is a Suicide Prevention Commission for the state of Michigan. And if you want, you could look that up. I don't know the exact web address, but that was something that Governor Whitmer had started prior to COVID. It has been underway, and they are looking at some of the policies that need to change for different types of sectors. So that might be an area of interest for some of you.
And I'll do a quick, it's not policy related, but I want to do a plug for our male veteran support group that'll be launching in January, headed up by this wonderful gentleman right there in the blue shirt, Mr. Isaac Cortez, United States Marine Corps. Isaac is a veteran peer support. Him and I are tag teaming, helping our veterans here in Oakland County, all 56,000 of them. And Isaac, did you want to give a quick synopsis of the male veteran support group starting in January? You don't need a mic. You don't need a mic.
Scream like a savage barbarian I am. I'm just kidding. So the Veteran Peer Support Group, again, my predecessor started development on this program. Long story short of it, I really wanted to focus on it and develop the curriculum in hand with Chaka over the last quarter here of this calendar year. We're going to launch it in January. It's going to be 6 sessions, 90-minute sessions, and there's going to be an agenda each session in 6 sessions. It's a male peer support group. We do have a female veteran peer support group led by Shelley, one of the veteran navigators out of what county?
Female vet. Yeah,
okay. And yeah, I'm super stoked, super excited to be taking it on. And you know, the more that we talk about these hard to talk about topics, is the way that we get visibility. You know, everyone on the panel, you did a phenomenal job of chiming in with specifically focusing on the how to talk about it. You know, and that is the nut to crack. You gotta get people who are uncomfortable to talk about it to be comfortable talking about it, because the status quo is, no, we don't talk about that. We sweep it under the rug. The more we're comfortable about it, the more people are going to be actually outreaching, utilizing the resources that are available. So it's something that's super, super important, and I'm really proud to be part of this team. So. OCHN, you know, we have our scan QR code posted around the entire building. Chaka McDonald is the veteran navigator. I work directly for and with him. And if you get a hold of him, you get a hold of me. I don't have my business card yet. I'm still a new guy. So there you go. That's it.
We can also put Chaka's email in the chat so anyone virtually can connect with him that way.
That's fine. I'll get you plugged in with Isaac if you so choose.
We have time for one more question, if there's anything else. I know we've been checking the chat, nothing there. So anyone else? Going once, twice, 3 times. We're old.
Almost.
You know, I guess I came in late, and I wasn't here for the whole program. I did hear that, you know, this program is focused on resources. I'll just say that I am a single adoptive parent with a kid with complex developmental trauma that is living hour to hour. Our story is painful and long, but I would be happy to speak to anyone after this that might be able to lend us any insight for resources we haven't tapped into. I think we've tapped into everything available, and we live hour by hour to deal with the I want to die situation. Inpatient, outpatient, residential, I could go on. But I'm in crisis and kind of came just for any pearl that might be available.
Yeah, I'm going to say definitely someone here will connect with you 100% before you leave out of here. I want to definitely thank our panelists. Thank you guys. Thank you for your being candid, being open, sharing that intimate part of yourself about, you know, your experiences, things like that. So we definitely applaud you and definitely thank you for your participating today. All right.
Yes, I will echo that sentiment. Chaka, thank you for your time to moderate. Thank you to our panelists and for all of the questions and dialogue. As we wrap up for today, I do want to thank again you for your time on behalf of the Oakland County Prevention Task Force for devoting your time to this topic. An extra special thanks again to our speakers who shared their stories, shared their expertise. Thank you to our planning committee for making this event possible. Hopefully, we all are walking away from this discussion with some new information on what role you can play to reduce suicide deaths in Oakland County. That is our goal. On that note, we're going to ask that you please take a few minutes to complete the evaluation, which for those of you that are present in the room is in your folder. Once the evaluation is complete, you can just go ahead and leave it face down in the middle of your table and we'll come around and gather those. If you're interested in joining the Oakland County Suicide Prevention Task Force, please reach out to us. We'd be happy to include you in our work that we do. For those of you virtually, you will receive the evaluation in a link following this event. If you haven't yet, for those of you in the room, please take a moment before you leave to check the tables at the back of the room for resources, meet with some of these great organizations. For those of you virtually, again, there is the folder online where you can learn more about mental health and suicide prevention services in Oakland County. Some of us from the leadership board and our planning committee and our volunteers will be around for any questions for a few minutes. We are planning, though, if you would like, immediately following this event, we do have that optional Suicide Prevention 101 presentation that'll take about an hour. It is for both those of us here in person and virtual attendees, if you want to stick around for that. Kat Palmier will be facilitating that. So again, thank you very much for attending. We appreciate your time, passion, and interest, and just take care of one another. We will convene in about 10 minutes, so at 4:45 is when the Suicide Prevention 101 will start. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We will get started in a couple of minutes here, but I did want to plug the food situation again. We have a lot of leftover food. Please get your snacking on if you're going to stay here, or if you're leaving, feel free to take some home with you. We'd really appreciate that. Brownies, lots of brownies, fruit, bagels, only a few sandwiches left. So feel free to, get your snack on. Okay, everybody. We are going to get started with our Suicide Prevention 101 presentation. I'm hearing that there's a lot of great conversation going on in the room still, and we love that. But we ask that if you still want to chit-chat and network, if you could take that out into the hallway while we do our presentation. And once again, we do have people here in person, and we also have folks virtually. Hannah, how many people do we have virtually right now? We have 19 people joining us virtually. I'm just trying to merge the two so people virtually know what's happening in this room. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We have like 15 people in the room here. So for our virtual friends, know that you're not alone. You got 19 people on the virtual call with you, and then 15 people here in person. So a lot of people wanting that suicide prevention knowledge. Love to see it. All right. So hello, everybody. My name's Kat Palmier. I'm a health educator with Oakland County Health Division. I specifically work on the Transforming Youth Suicide Prevention Grant, which we heard Kristen talk about earlier, because Oakland County Health Division was awarded some funds from the state of Michigan for some young adult suicide prevention. So that's what my role is. I'm also a licensed counselor. I've been working on suicide prevention with the health division for about 6 years now. So so happy to hear this continued interest in suicide prevention education. So we are going to get started. The way this is going to work today, because we could easily take this presentation and make it even longer with lots of interaction. But we know that it's the end of the day. People want to get home to their families, eat dinner, et cetera, et cetera. So we're going to stick to an hour for this presentation. So what that is going to mean for us is there might be a little less interaction. I'm going to have some specific time set aside for questions. And that'll be questions from folks in person and questions from our chat. If you ask a question where I know the answer might be a little more complex or might take a little bit longer, I might say, let's hold off on that, and if there's time at the end, we can cover it, or I'll give my contact information. So definitely want everybody to have a chance to ask the questions they want to ask, but also being cognizant of the time. We did get out of the event a little bit earlier, so I'm going to try to stick to that hour so that you guys can get out of here a little bit early as well. All right, so let's talk about what our objectives are today. First and foremost, we're going to review some facts and statistics about suicide, like learning some of that those basic facts, so we can speak to those. We will also learn some of the warning signs of suicide. I'll go on to share some of the basic techniques on how to have a conversation about suicide. And then if there's time at the end, we'll learn a little bit more about some suicide prevention efforts in our community, what the Oakland County Suicide Prevention Task Force is doing. I'm just going to reiterate, we mentioned this at the very beginning of the event, that this is a tough subject. I know we've been talking about it all afternoon, but also wanted to reiterate that we have people here for support, and we have lots of resources in Oakland County. So if anybody, especially those of us who have personal experience with suicide, is just feeling a little tender or needing a little extra support, we'll make sure to include that in the chat. And everybody's going to come out of here with a list of resources as well, including our virtual attendees. You'll have this list of resources. All right, so let's get into it. First and foremost, we can't have a conversation about suicide without addressing what? What's the main thing everybody sees? The thing that stands out on this image? Stigma, right. We can't talk about suicide without talking about stigma, because that plays such a huge role in people's ability or perceived ability to get help for their mental health condition. So stigma is when somebody might be viewed negatively for a trait they have. In mental health, it's when somebody might be viewed negatively because of their mental health condition or because of their thoughts of suicide. Some of us might not even be fully conscious of some of the views that we hold. We might not even realize that maybe we hold some stigmatizing views on mental health. So we're not necessarily here to tell anybody they're wrong today, but what we are here to do is to really just get us all thinking, like, what are some of my thoughts, feelings, opinions on mental health and suicide, and how might that affect my ability to be a helper to somebody who might be struggling, who might need that extra mental health support. Which is also, Hannah, if you, oh yeah, I'm like on my computer here looking at notes. Which is also why we want to talk about language when it comes to mental health, because whether we realize it or not, language can be really stigmatizing. So we want to use what is called person-first language. That is going to be language that essentially puts the person first, puts them before their mental health condition. So instead of saying something like, this person is mentally ill, this person is crazy, lunatic, etc., we want to say this is a person with a mental health condition. Similarly, for a more specific example, instead of using the phrase schizophrenic, we might want to use the phrase a person with schizophrenia, right? So that is putting the person before their condition and not defining the person based on their mental health condition. Similarly to the kind of language we might use with a physical health condition, right? We tend to say this is a person who has heart disease. We don't define them by their heart disease. So we want to keep that in mind when we're talking about mental health as well. And then I also wanted to note language around suicide specifically. Now, this is directly from those folks who are either survivors of suicide attempts, they have that lived experience, they are survivors of a suicide loss, right? So these are folks that are in the suicide prevention community that have come together to say, hey, we also want to use person-first language or less stigmatizing language when it comes to suicide. So instead of using the term committed suicide or completed suicide, we want to use the term died by suicide, because committed and completed, they kind of have their own connotations to them, right? When we think of committed, we tend to think of what? A crime, a sin, right? There's that connotation with committed suicide. Similar, when we think of complete, we tend to think of like, oh, complete, checked something off the list kind of thing, right? So we want to remove all unintentional meaning from the language that we're using. So kind of stating things plainly. This person died by suicide. They took their life. They killed themselves. Similarly, we want to get away from using those phrases, a successful suicide or a failed suicide attempt. I'm sure some of us have seen that, in the media or just talking about somebody who survived a suicide attempt. We tend to use that language. So again, we want to just state things plainly. Instead of saying a failed suicide attempt, we want to say this is a person who survived a suicide attempt. So I know that language is always evolving. It can be hard to keep up some days. So this is not, this is not to make anybody feel bad if they use the wrong language. The language police are not going to come after you. This is not what it is. What it is just to try and get us to be more conscious of the language that we use and say, hey, the suicide prevention community says they prefer this language, and this language is less stigmatizing, and just trying to remember that whenever we do talk about mental health and suicide. All right, let's talk about some statistics. First, suicide is the 10th leading cause of death overall in Michigan and the U.S. It's the second leading cause of death for 10 to 34-year-olds in general. And then we know from the Michigan Youth Risk Behavior Survey that 8 out of 100 of our Oakland County high schoolers attempted suicide in the last year. So if we think about a classroom of about 30 students as like our example, that might be 2 students in that classroom who have attempted suicide. You know that men die by suicide is 3.5 times more often than women. As Kristen said earlier, men account for 2/3 of our suicide deaths in Michigan, which is the same for Oakland County as well. Firearms account for 51% of all suicide deaths in Michigan. And for Oakland County, it might vary a little by year, but it usually hovers around that number. And then for every reported suicide, there could be 5 to 25% more that are unreported. Does anybody know why that might be? Why a suicide might be unreported? Yeah. Yeah. So for those folks online, I'm not sure if they can hear when people are talking in the room, but someone said maybe they don't want that on the death certificate. So it could be a person's kind of family is not being totally honest with the death investigators, and they don't want that on the death certificate. It could be that it's kind of an ambiguous death, like an overdose. We don't always know if the death was intentional or if it was accidental. So it might not be marked as a suicide. Same with like a single vehicle motor accident, right? We don't always know, was that an accident or was it intentional? So for those reasons, some suicide deaths go unreported. So we know that the numbers that we have of number of suicide deaths in Oakland County, Michigan, the U.S., is just kind of the tip of the iceberg. We kind of account for that 5 to 25% more potentially. And then this is just important for us to remember as we're just out and about that 1 in 20 people are thinking about suicide at any given time. So that's about 1/5 of the population. Am I doing my math correctly? Could be thinking about suicide at any given time. Now that doesn't mean that all of those people are very actively suicidal or intend to die. It could be what Riley stated at the beginning. Kind of, there's some people who might just have some chronic suicidal ideation. But what that tells us is that there's a lot of struggle and a lot of pain going on that we might not even be aware of. And it helps us to be more alert to suicide when we know this statistic, that there could be a lot of people in our everyday lives that are struggling or are thinking about suicide, and we can be a little more alert to that fact. All right, so we're going to go over some myths versus facts regarding suicide, and then I'll take some questions once we get through the myths versus facts. Sound good to everybody? Okay. First myth is people who talk about suicide are just trying to get attention. How many of us have heard that said at any point in our lives? Oh, that person's they're just trying to get attention. When the fact is, we know that talking about suicide is a warning sign in and of itself. We take all talk of suicide seriously, and it's really not up to us as lay people to decide if somebody's serious or not. I think as a general rule, if there's somebody in your life who's talking about suicide, we advise you to take it seriously and let a mental health professional, someone with advanced training, assess that person for a risk of suicide. Let the professional decide to what extent this person is at risk. And then we also say that if somebody is using suicide as a tactic to get attention, what does that likely mean? That they need attention, right? And they might have some unmet need that we could potentially help them with by taking them seriously. So that's just something for us to be cognizant of as well. Next slide, please. Is it locked? We're having someone wants in on the fun for our virtual friends at home. Okay. Next myth. Has any of us heard this idea that suicide might happen without warning? Have any of us heard that happen or stated before? The fact is, Hannah, if you'll just advance, that almost everyone who dies by suicide displays some sort of warning sign. The thing is, they might not be displaying that warning sign to every person in their life. For example, you might have somebody who might be showing more signs at school or work, sort of as our parent panelist, Sarah, said, that, her son was showing a lot more of these signs at school. And vice versa, that can also be true, that maybe at home people feel a little bit more masks off, I don't have to pretend anymore kind of thing, versus school and work. So not everybody's showing warning signs to everyone in their life, but when we acknowledge that almost everyone who dies by suicide displays some sort of warning sign, it can really help us to be more vigilant to those warning signs. We'll talk about those warning signs in a little bit, but the more we know about general warning signs, the more vigilant we can be. All right, next myth is that only certain types of people die by suicide, when the fact is that suicide does not discriminate. When we look at the statistics, both in Oakland County, Michigan, and the U.S., suicide happens in every age group, every religious group, gender, sexual orientation, class, racial ethnic group. It happens in every group. That said, there are some groups that might be more likely to see suicide, as we sort of touched on a couple of groups today, our veteran population, our LGBTQ plus population that might be more at risk. But when we recognize that suicide does not discriminate, we can keep our eyes open to suicide in every type of person. Even the person who, they've got everything going for them. They're popular, they're well-liked, they have a lot of money, even those people can also be at risk. So it's something for us to keep in mind as potential helpers.
Right. But then the reality is going to be like, that's scary.
All right. Next myth is that people who are suicidal are just overreacting to life events. I hear this a lot from people who work with teens, maybe not people who work with teens, but people who interact with teens. They're just overreacting, or they're being dramatic. When the fact is, we want to advance, it's important for us to acknowledge that everybody reacts differently to stressors. Just because some people react differently than we might. Sure. Somebody's got their mic on.
I mean, we're not muted.
Okay. So just because somebody reacts differently to a life event or a stressor than we would doesn't mean that they're overreacting or they're being dramatic. And I think as someone pointed out earlier, even we do not have any idea what teens these days are going through, right? We don't have that same lived experience that they do. So even if our gut reaction is, they're overreacting or being dramatic, we should try to come back to that. They're just reacting differently than I might react, or I have no idea what else is going on underneath the surface that might be contributing to their reaction, right? So it's usually not just one thing. Excuse me. It's usually not just a thing that we are seeing. Somebody's very insistent on on chatting. The perils of virtual related things, or I guess in our case, a little hybrid event going on. You just got a little spoiler alert on the next one. Okay, the myth being once someone's made up their mind about suicide, there's no stopping them. Sometimes people say, well, they've made up their mind, there's nothing we can do. The fact is that most people who attempt suicide or die by suicide are ambivalent until the moment of their attempt. We know this through lots and lots of research with suicide attempt survivors. That's people who have attempted suicide and survived. They've told us their stories. And even people who get right up to that moment of attempting suicide, there is often, for the vast majority of those folks, a part of them that is still holding on to life, which means the more time and space that we can put in between that person and their suicide attempt, the more likely we are to see that person survive. So that is also some good news for us as potential helpers, that there's actually a lot that we can do to step in when somebody might be potentially thinking about suicide. We'll talk about what some of those specific things are in a little bit. And the last myth we'll talk about, how many of us have heard the myth, that talking about suicide will put the idea in someone's head? That was what I heard all growing up. It's like, we are not talking about it because we're going to plant the idea in someone's head. However, again, our suicide prevention researchers have done a lot of research on this particular topic. So because of that, we know that the opposite is actually true. Speaking openly about suicide lets people know that you're comfortable talking about it. So remember, we started our conversation talking about stigma. When we speak openly about mental health and suicide, we consistently see the destigmatizing of that topic, which means when that topic is destigmatized, folks are a lot more likely to ask for help. So we're sending that message, it's okay to talk about suicide, so then we consistently see lower incidence of those suicide behaviors, so people acting on their thoughts of suicide in schools and communities where we're more openly and directly talking about suicide. Okay, I can take one or two questions now. If anybody has any questions. If not, we'll move on. Any questions on your end? Great. Okay. So the next question I get a lot when I do these kinds of presentations is why. You know, when someone dies by suicide, we're often left with a lot of questions. Why? And we'll never know because that person is sadly no longer with us. However, what we do know, again, from a lot of the research is that suicide is never just one thing. It's often a result of a complex combination of both internal and external factors. So internal factors being, a person's own internal resilience, maybe their own kind of protective factors, if they have any sort of physical or mental health conditions. External factors being, that person's school or community or events that might have precipitated the suicide death. So I know it's tempting to see a news headline about, let's say, a student dying by suicide, and sometimes it gets reduced to student dies by suicide because of bullying or something like that. That's just an example. But we know from the research that it's never just one thing, that it's always that complex combination, which is why we're going to talk about those common risk factors and protective factors, because those might be some of those internal and external factors that affect a person. All right, next slide, please. All right. So risk factors are their characteristics or conditions that might increase the chance that a person might try to take their life. So here are just a few examples of potential risk factors. One could be if they have a mental health condition, if they have a physical disability or illness, relationship problems. The number one risk factor that we see, that you'll see on this graphic as well, is previous suicide attempts. So if somebody has a suicide attempt in their history, then that is the number one risk factor for future suicide attempts. I will say, however, The good news is that 90% of people who attempt suicide and survive that attempt do not go on to die by suicide. So that's 9 out of 10 people who attempt suicide and survive do not go on to die by suicide. But we still want to keep in mind if somebody has previous suicide attempt in their history, if we have that knowledge, because that is one of the main risk factors we want to look for. Next slide, please. And then next, this slide is protective factors. So protective factors, those are the opposite of risk factors. These are the things that can kind of protect and pad a person's life, that might decrease the chance that that person might try to take their life. So you see on here a lot of themes of safety, resilience, relationships. I think that speaks a lot to what our panelists were saying earlier about some of the risk factors in the groups they were speaking about, that isolation and a lack of safety can often be a risk factor. Well, then we know that safety or feelings of safety, feelings of connectedness are protective factors. Specifically on when we're talking about youth or young adults, the number one protective factor is any connection to an adult. It doesn't have to be their parent, but even one connection to a caring adult that they know that they can turn to in a case of crisis is the number one protective factor for youth. So we showed you the protective factors and risk factors to show there's a lot of things that we can't personally control about a person's life. We can't control if they have a physical condition or a disability. We can't control if they feel safe in their neighborhood. But what we can control is our ability to show up, right? We can control the ability to potentially be that person in somebody's life who is that connected, caring figure. And we can also control our knowledge on those warning signs so that we can be extra vigilant if there are people in our life who might be struggling. So let's review those warning signs. All right, first things first. We've kind of separated these into some categories. So this first slide is what things, what a person with suicide might say. So these are things for us to kind of keep our ears open to. First and foremost, if they say they want to kill themselves or they want to die, as I talked about earlier, that's not just attention seeking. We want to take all direct talk about suicide very seriously. More often than not, though, people do not very directly state that they want to kill themselves or they want to die. They might use more subtle language. So they might talk about feeling like a burden, feeling like they're hopeless. I want to go to sleep and never wake up. I don't want to be here anymore. They might kind of indicate that they feel like they don't have a purpose. What's the point? They might use language that indicates that they feel trapped or pressured, like I can't take it anymore. So those are kind of just the verbal cues we want to be listening to. They could just be talking about being in a lot of emotional and psychological pain. That's also kind of a verbal cue that we want to be paying attention to. So they might not say it directly, but when we hear some of those phrases I just said, that's a good kind of speed bump for us, right? To say, wait a second, like let's slow down. Maybe we can ask some further questions, and I'll get into some of those conversation techniques in a little bit. So this next slide is what we might see a person with suicide do. They're kind of like behaviors or actions that we can witness. We see a lot of that isolating. I think as our keynote talked about at the very beginning of our event, when she's in a bad place, when she's in a kind of a crisis mode, she tends to self-isolate, and we see that often. So self-isolating from family and friends, withdrawing from activities, things like that, especially things if a person really had really close relationships and they're stepping back from those, or they had activities that they really enjoyed and they're stepping back from those. We want to pay attention to that. We might also notice changes in their sleeping and eating habits, sleeping less, sleeping more, eating less, eating more, etc. We also want to pay attention to online behavior, especially for our young folks, since they might be existing more in the online space. So if we're seeing posts about death or suicide or violence online, then we want to be paying attention to that. If they're using some of that language I mentioned in the previous slide online, we want to be paying attention to that. And then, we talked about earlier substance use. Substance use can be a huge risk factor. If people are increasing their substance use or kind of just increasing some reckless and risky behavior as if they have no regard for their life, then that's another sign for us to at least slow down and be like, whoa, what's going on? Let's talk about this. All right, and lastly of the warning signs, and this is by no means like a comprehensive list because each individual is going to kind of show these things in different ways, but these are things that are pretty common for us to notice. So this last slide of warning signs is things that a person with thoughts of suicide might feel. So we may kind of be able to pick up on how somebody's feeling, what their emotions are. We often associate suicide with depression, sadness, tearfulness, which there's definitely a correlation there. But, we sometimes see it correlated with anxiety or anxiousness, shame, and embarrassment. A lot of times, especially with our boys and men, we might see it come out in the anger, irritability, agitation, especially if this is kind of new or prolonged, right? So it's more than this person is just having a bad day and they're just maybe acting out for a day or a few days or a few weeks. This is prolonged. In the clinical world, generally we're paying attention to if this is 2 weeks or more, then this could be potentially clinically significant. So something for us to keep in mind. And lastly, a person might just be feeling numb. They might have been in kind of that emotional, psychological pain for so long that they're becoming numb to it. So they might read to us as maybe a little apathetic. Maybe they're kind of have that flat affect, kind of that flat voice, like not really a lot of emotion going on in their face. So that is also something for us to pay attention to. Maybe it's not this big expression of emotion. It might be lack of emotion that we want to be very conscious of. Any questions before we move on to kind of the what can you do with this information? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so the question was for those folks online, not sure if you could hear it, if with school safety being a protective factor and, some more concerns around school safety these days, if that could kind of cause some triggers or flare-up for some students. And while I can't make a general statement, because, again, everybody's going to react differently to that. We're certainly hearing from our younger folks that sort of stress and fear and sort of lack of perceived safety at school is really scary and can, especially to those who are already struggling, can kind of increase that. That said, we can still do a lot to bolster other protective factors in a person's life, even if that school safety or sort of perceived school safety isn't feeling like it's there at the moment. But I think you're hitting on a point about like what we can and can't control, and how some students might react versus others. So yeah, that is definitely a consideration when we kind of think about suicide and mental health on a systemic level, for sure. Any other questions before we move on to the what can you do section? Okay. All right. So I've given you all this information, this background information. So now I'm going to share with you sort of some of the basics of what you can do with this knowledge. And I will say, before we get into this, that this is, just kind of like that base level, foundational level. And we do offer other trainings that might give you even more skills that you can use. But this will still, hopefully, you guys will leave today feeling like a little bit more prepared for a suicide-related situation, or at least how to talk about suicide. So let's get into that. First, a lot of us are often at a loss for words when it comes to mental health and suicide, especially when it's a loved one. It can be really scary for us. Oh no, like they're thinking about suicide. I love them so much. I don't want to lose them, right? We get a lot of those panicky feelings start to come up. So then we feel a little like, I don't know how to handle this. So these are ways to kind of let's regroup and let's just start the conversation and treat it just as an opportunity for you to learn more about this person's internal experience. So you could say these things. These are just examples. Feel free to put them in your own words, but it might be something like, hey, you don't seem like yourself lately. What's going on? Or you've seemed really down lately. You've seemed really angry. You've seemed really unhappy lately. I'm worried about you. I noticed you haven't been doing XY activity that you really love, or I noticed that you've been spending a lot more time alone, right? So what's up? You're pointing out things that you are noticing about this person. Maybe you know that they've had a lot going on, like they're going through a divorce. I know you've been going through a lot lately. I care about you. Let's talk about this, right? So it's okay that if you feel nervous, it's okay if some of that panic's starting to rise in you. Most of us aren't used to having these conversations on a regular basis. So this is why that knowledge of the warning signs can be really great for us, because at least we have a basis for why we might be concerned about someone. So you can point out those warning signs that you might have observed in a caring and non-judgmental way. And then you want to really bring your active listening skills in to listen what they have to say next. All right. Next is how to ask about suicide, right? So you've started the conversation. Maybe this person is continuing to indicate that they might be thinking about suicide. So we want to ask directly. I know our keynote speaker mentioned that earlier. I know I pointed out that myth earlier about, talking about suicide does not plant the idea in someone's head. So clear and direct asking about suicide is the best way to get the most clear and direct answer. So you can kind of tweak this little script for whoever you might be speaking to. You can also put it in your own words, but this script goes over a few things. I'll just read it out loud. It says, sometimes when people are feeling hopeless, missing school, and withdrawing from friends and family, they are thinking about suicide. Are you thinking about suicide? So this really has three parts. The first part being you're pointing out the warning signs again that you have seen in this person. In this case, feeling hopeless, missing school, withdrawing from friends and family. Then you are connecting those warning signs to suicide, right? So sometimes when other people are showing XYZ warning signs in their life, they're thinking about suicide, so that you're making that connection, right? You're not asking out of nowhere. There's a reason why you're asking this. And then you finish by asking the question directly, are you thinking about suicide? Are you thinking about killing yourself? We want to use those phrases, suicide or killing yourself. I know our kind of natural inclination is to soften the language a little bit. Are you thinking about hurting yourself or harming yourself? And while those are also valid questions, the person who is thinking about suicide might not be thinking about it in that way. They might not be thinking about it in terms of hurting themselves or harming themselves. They might be thinking about it in terms of, I want to end this pain that I'm in. So they might understand what you're asking, but the only way to know for sure is to ask the question in that very clear and direct way. That's why we're asking about suicide, not about hurting yourself or harming yourself, because we don't want it to be misinterpreted, right? And we also want to be conscious of the way that we ask the question too, the tone in which we're using. We don't want to say, you're not thinking about suicide, are you? What does that say? That says, I don't want to know the answer. If it is a yes, like that's scary to me, I don't want to touch that. Or there might be some stigma behind that, the way that you're asking. So be really conscious of the tone that you use as well. All right. Yeah. Certainly you could. I might personally separate those two things. I might first ask about, are you thinking about suicide or killing yourself, and get the answer there. And if the answer to that is no, then certainly a follow-up question, okay, are you thinking about hurting yourself or harming yourself then? That's definitely okay. Not that language can never be mixed in, but I think it's really important that we get the very clear answer from them about suicide, so then we know how to proceed. Does that make sense? Okay. All right. We're going to go over some do's and don'ts for the conversation, and we are doing good on time. Well, are we? Okay, so we have about 15 minutes left. So we will have time for more questions, but just some do's and don'ts. The first one, and this will also be on the back of your resource sheet that you're getting, some of these do's and don'ts. So you don't have to furiously write them down. But first things first, we want to listen. That's where there's an ear here. Listening is the most important, and I cannot stress this enough. It is the most important part of this whole thing, because we want that person to know that we are, a caring, non-judgmental person, and we're ready to listen. We also want to avoid offering advice, trying to fix their problem, making them feel guilty. Now's not the time, right? We don't want to bring in, what about me and your mother? That might just add more guilt and shame onto this person who is having those thoughts. So try your best to avoid some of that. We can get to some of the advice and problem solving later. The most important part of this step is really the safety piece, making sure that they're safe. We also want to try to ask open-ended questions instead of yes or no. We want to really let them know that it's okay for them to feel the way they do, regardless of how we might feel about it. You don't have to agree with somebody to validate that they might be in some pain, right? So we want to approach with empathy and compassion. We don't want to demand answers. How could you be even thinking this? You've got so much to live for. We don't want to get demanding with them. Let them open up at their own pace. And also know that you might not be the person that they're most comfortable with talking about these things. That's okay. That's why we have other resources that we'll give you that you can refer them to. And lastly, we want to encourage seeking help from a professional. So that is really where we get into that encouraging help seeking, which is the next step. So if you ask somebody about suicide, they say yes. We want to validate how they're feeling. We want to, I like to really emphasize that there's a lot of bravery in that vulnerability, and them being willing to even say the words out loud that they're thinking about suicide. So we want to acknowledge that and also encourage help seeking. So here are some ways in which you could do that. You could say, it sounds like you think there's no way out, but it can get better. Let's talk about some options. Or I'll come with you to talk to a teacher, a coach, a school counselor, your parents. I'll stay on the phone with you, or I'll stay with you while we contact your therapist together, right? That might be an option. Or let's call the Common Ground Resource and Crisis Helpline together. Let's call or text 988, which is the new crisis line together. Like this emphasis, if you have the ability to kind of be that warm handoff or kind of help shepherd somebody into a resource so that it's not like, oh, you're thinking about suicide, like you should call your therapist tomorrow, right? We want to try and be a little bit more timely about it. And we want to really feel like, we want this person to feel like, you're in it with them if you have that ability. A couple of other things we can do is promote some coping tools, right? So if we've established safety, and maybe this slide should really come after some safety is established, but I'll still get into it now. Once we've established safety, wanting to promote some basic coping tools. First things first, encourage them to ensure that all of their basic needs are met. Have you eaten today? Have you drank any water today? Have you are you sleeping? Have you moved your body? Have you taken a shower, right? So we have a resource linked at the bottom that we can send out to everyone called Everything is Awful and I'm Not Okay. It's questions to ask yourself before giving up is the title of this resource. And we like to share that. One of our task force members who is a survivor of suicide attempts shared that with us and finds it very helpful. Another thing is to engage the senses. So this is a thing that we do in therapy all the time. What are 5 things you can see, hear, smell, touch, right? Kind of get them using those senses to get into the present moment, because a part of us that's thinking about suicide or that's depressed or anxious can sometimes either be in the future, thinking about future things, worrying. They might be in the past, thinking about past things that have happened, feeling shame. Trying to coping tools often try to get us into the present. What's actually happening right now? So the senses can really help with that. Also, breathing exercises can really help with that, right? Our breath is available to us every single moment of every single day. It's a tool that we can turn to, again, to get us in the present moment. What's happening with my breath right now? What would it be like if I sort of manipulated my breath, did some more deep breathing? How does that feel in my body? There can also, we like to encourage reflection and journaling for those that maybe they get a lot swirling around in your mind and you need to get it out somehow. That could be talking to a therapist. That could be great reflection. But even writing it down can allow some of that jumbled mess in our mind to get out a little bit. Affirmations, some people find helpful, kind of that I am strong, I'm smart, I am good enough, that kind of talk. And then if these coping tools don't work, sometimes a distracting activity, like watching a TV show, taking a hot bath, going on a walk. Like those might distract us and sort of get our brain into a different space. So remember, in these situations, safety is the top priority. We can't agree to keep secrets, right? Because some people will say, oh, please don't tell anybody. But when safety is a factor, we can't necessarily agree to that. But we can offer some alternatives to secrecy. We can offer discretion, like I'm not going to tell anybody who doesn't need to know in order to keep you safe. We can also try to involve this person in the process as much as possible. So I know some folks, especially those folks who have never sought help before, are really scared about what is this going to look like? Am I going to tell somebody that I'm having thoughts of suicide and they're going to like take me away and like I'm just going to be locked away? And that's a really scary prospect. I think for some of us in the room who work in mental health, we know that, things don't usually go that way, but if somebody's not in the mental health field or this is their first time seeking help, they might need a little more reassurance that they can be involved in the process. So maybe it's having them look at a list like this and which of these sounds the most accessible to you, or what are some things that we can do together, right? Keeping them involved in the process. If you are in imminent danger or if they are in imminent danger, that's where we want to call 911. And we always say to our helpers, don't put yourself in danger. Then you can't be of any help to anybody. So if there's a weapon present or any risk to you in that present moment, then that's where we want to call for help instead. All right. Here are a few of our many mental health resources that are available. We talked about Common Ground a lot today. We are really lucky to have a dedicated resource and crisis center in Oakland County. They have their 24-hour crisis line, and you can also do 24-hour chat online with one of their crisis workers. Okay to Say, it's a student safety tip line, which is sponsored by the State Attorney General's office, and students can submit any threat to student safety, be that suicide, bullying, other maybe threatened acts of violence, and that gets filtered to the school and handled by the school's administration. And of course, we have OCHN, whose wonderful facility we are using today. They are the hub of our public mental health system in Oakland County. So you can call the access line listed here to see if somebody qualifies for services. And we also have lots and lots of private mental health resources in Oakland County. So I will pass these around. These are going to give you just an idea of some of the many resources that we have. Can I hand this to you? To our virtual folks, we will put a link to this resource sheet that we're passing out in the chat so that you can have that. All right. So a campaign that we did a couple of years ago was this idea of preventing suicide at home or lethal means safety. And again, our wonderful keynote speaker touched on this earlier, but just this idea that that if we focus on how a person takes their life or the means that they use, and we try to put as much time and distance between that person and the means that they are thinking about using, like a firearm, for example, then we have a lot more time to intervene. So that said, we want to be conscious of what's in our homes. So if we do have firearms in our homes, and somebody in our house is thinking about suicide or just going through a rough time, the general recommendation is to remove the firearms from the home, even temporarily. This could be storing them with a trusted friend or family member. Some police jurisdictions will also temporarily hold firearms. You'd have to check with your local police department. If that's not possible to remove the firearms, then very securely locking them separate from the ammunition is going to be the safest bet for the folks in your home who might be struggling. So storing them in, ideally in a locked safe where the person who's struggling does not have access to that combination or key. Ideally, even with a trigger lock on it in the safe. Those are kind of best practices. Similarly, with medication, we want to lock and limit. So if we have any medication that could be used in large or small quantities to harm someone, whether accidentally or intentionally, then we want to keep those locked up, and we want to limit the amount that we have on hand. So I know a lot of us, we might go to Costco, we'll see the giant bottle of Tylenol, say, oh, am I out of Tylenol? I'm going to buy this giant bottle of Tylenol. And actually you get home, you got 3 of those giant bottles of Tylenol, and that is well over the lethal dose that somebody could take. So we want to be conscious of that too. What's the quantity that we have in our home, and trying to limit that as well. This might also mean monitoring alcohol use and substance use. And of course, and probably most importantly, creating a strong supportive environment in your home is a way to make your home suicide safer, as we say. All right, next slide, please. So today we've heard us talk a lot about Safe Talk. That is another training that we offer, which is kind of a step above this presentation. So it might cover some of the things we talked about today, but it's a lot more interactive and gives you a chance to practice some of these skills and having these conversations. So highly recommend. I'll once again plug that we have a Safe Talk coming up next Wednesday. So that's Wednesday, October 5th from 9 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. at Havenwick Hospital in Auburn Hills. So we offer Safe Talks periodically. Some of our other partner organizations offer youth mental health first aid or mental health first aid, which is a one-day kind of broad mental health, it's in the title, mental health first aid training, which a lot of people find really helpful. Some of the trainings that we've talked about today are much more specific to suicide. We also offer Assist, which is periodically offer Assist, which is a 2-day suicide intervention program. So that one is a lot more, time involved up front, but it's for anybody 16 and over. And I will say that as a mental health professional, it has probably been the best suicide prevention training. I think one of our panelists mentioned earlier, even mental health professionals don't get a ton of training on suicide prevention in their master's programs. So Assist for me has transformed the way that I handle suicide-related situations that come up with my clients in my practice. So you can always go to oakgov.com/suicide prevention, where we'll keep an up-to-date list of our training offerings. Or you can also get on the task force email list to kind of be in the know when we have training opportunities coming up. Now, we are at 5:45 right now, so there's only 2 more slides. I'm going to cut that off and give a couple more minutes for questions. I'm going to leave my, maybe Hannah, if you'll leave my contact information up there, which is the last slide. Or you can put my contact information in the chat. So I do want to just give a couple of minutes for questions if anybody has them. Or you can always reach out to me via email if you have questions as well. Yeah. Oh, we love it. We love it.
Kat, one of the things, I'm just a simple parent and part of our PTSA and a past educator, but one thing I am overwhelmed with personally is when I sit down and chat with our students in the age that we know is critical, that's more than I can handle. In a lunch period, just saying, hey, how are you? I may have some of these calls that or warning signs are clicking in my head. I was assist trained over 2 decades ago, but it's almost too many kids.
Yeah.
Am I asking a question or just really wanting you to validate that? I don't know.
If you want validation, I will validate you because what you're pointing out is such a part of the systemic issue of sort of the mental health crisis and suicide prevention in general. So I think what you're speaking to is the fact that there's so much pressure on certain people in our community to be the gatekeepers. And I think what Kristen was saying earlier is that the more gatekeepers that we have everywhere, not just in schools, but everywhere, then the less pressure it is on those of us who are kind of the chosen ones. Oh, the teachers notice the warning signs, or let's funnel them to the school counselors who are also swamped. And same with even not just in the schools, like in other sectors as well. There tend to be, oh, these are the chosen people to handle the crises. And those people often have a lot of other things on their plate as well. Something we talk about in Safe Talk is when more people are trained, then that means some people can take breaks from time to time. So the two things I'll say is let's keep encouraging more people to get these gatekeeper training so that it's not just pressure on certain individuals. Be aware of your limits and capacity because sometimes you just might not have the capacity to provide the kind of intervention that person needs. And we'd rather you try to funnel them to somebody who does than give them kind of like half the empathy and compassion that they deserve. And lastly, and most importantly, take excellent care of yourself so that you have the capacity more often. And you know when you don't have the capacity so that you can put those boundaries up and say, I'm going to notice the warning signs. That's still important. I'm going to connect them with somebody else who can then do the maybe more advanced intervention. Yeah. I want to also acknowledge, I know that if anybody has to kind of skedaddle, get out of here, you're welcome to, but I'm going to keep answering questions as long as people have them. Go ahead.
To that point, beyond the opportunities you shared about the upcoming Safe Talk, if there's not currently youth mental health first aid offered, if we go to the website, if we had a dedicated group of 20, 30 plus people, who are the providers of that and how would we tap into that? Because beyond suicide prevention, we need to be able to recognize anxiety and other resources.
Yeah, excellent question. So I know that our friends at Oakland schools were offering many of them at one time. I don't know what they're doing these days just because post-COVID, it's a different world. I also know that here at OCHN, I don't know if they have youth specific. I'm seeing nods saying they do have youth mental health first aid. I know they have regular mental health first aid. I believe they did have older adult mental health first aid. So mental health first aid is great because they kind of break it up in populations. And I know that that's been a concerted effort here at
OCHN to send their people to those trainings so that they can provide those trainings to the community. I think that's probably your best bet for mental health first aid related trainings. I don't know about contact information, or Christine will chat with you. Any other questions here in the room? Yes. And I may have missed this, so if I'm repeating, I'm sorry, but we have implemented this year to the school mental health navigators. Did you touch base on that? Yeah. So that they would be an excellent contact to help link you to trainings and other resources, but the training component as well. So if a school mental health navigator was in your district and you needed about that information about training specific, they would call us and we would make sure that happened for you in your school. Yeah. Great. Any question on the chat, Hannah?
There was only one about if we had an upcoming assist training scheduled. Well, we don't. We know we're going to plan some for the next year. I know OCHN offers them pretty regularly. I'm going to put the OCHN training calendar in the chat as well. Great. And then we just got one that says, is the Safe Talk training for Oakland County employees only? No, it's for anyone 15 and older.
Correct. All right. It looks like, oh wait, there's another question. No, don't feel bad. I'm grateful for the questions.
When you said 15 and over, it just made me think of this question. I've heard of some peer mentor programs that have dealt with teen mental health issues and some peer one-on-one. Does Oakland County or anywhere near us have any peer mentor type programs that deal with mental health for teens or adults?
Yeah. So I know our Oakland schools, they have like a peer mentorship program whose name is escaping me. Does anybody remember one of those?
Maybe it's Here for You?
Here for You. Here for You. And so that is the thing about those kinds of programs for like a K through 12 is that the school district has to opt in, right? So there's none that I'm aware of that are just like for any teens in Oakland County. It's usually through the schools, and the school district usually has to opt in. So that's a good thing to advocate for in your own districts. You know, the squeaky wheel gets the grease when our school districts hear from their parents and guardians like, hey, we heard about this program, why isn't it in our schools? Then they might kind of be like, okay, well, we'll do it.
I would also encourage you to check in to see with your local coalition through the Alliance of Coalitions for Healthy Communities. Sorry. So not every coalition does the exact same thing, but they may have some peer group that you could look into.
Yeah, they do a lot with mental health and substance use disorder prevention. I think we have one more question. I just wanted to ask follow-up to that. Is that I participated in that in my own high school experience after a series of suicides in our community, and it has impacted me to this day, 30, but however many years later. But I just wondered, is that still considered a best practice, or is our district saying no because of liability? And so I've thought about that many times, and I wondered if that is still a practice. Yeah. I think I certainly don't want to imply that school districts are kind of saying no in any sort of nefarious way. It's often a time and energy resource that school districts have to put in some of their own time and energy. So that can be a barrier, certainly. But and also I think there was a period of time
that our Oakland schools folks were only piloting it in a certain number of schools. So that also was a barrier, that there might have been more schools that wanted it. So I think that is part of one of the best practices. When we're looking at comprehensive suicide prevention in schools, having some ongoing peer sort of relationship building is one of the best practices. But it's not the only, right? It's part of a comprehensive suicide prevention plan, which includes getting staff trained, it includes parent training, it includes excellent response to those students that are struggling. So yeah, that's one part of it that can really bolster some of those protective factors. All right. Because of the time, I am going to cut it off there, but you all are welcome to contact me if you do have further questions. Same goes with our folks virtually. Hannah will put my contact information in the chat. And I just want to thank you all again for spending your afternoon and early evening with us. I do hope that you feel a little bit more equipped to handle some suicide-related situations. I hope that the theme of the event was your role in suicide prevention. So my hope is that you all are feeling more empowered, that you really can make a difference in relation to mental health and suicide prevention. So thank you so much for your time, and feel free to get a hold of me if you do have other questions.